Ward, 26 p.m. today. Election day is this coming Friday. Voting will take place from 10 to 8 p.m.
So the Harvard prof said, after you roll out the probable, what's left must be what it is. He says you have to approach this space object exploration stuff with the mindset of an archaeologist, not to have any prejudice. Oh, and he's other things, and magically, as we're listening to a competitor,
concrete was raining down.
Magically,
chunks of concrete once again from the other side of the Gardner Expressway on the Lakeshore Boulevard.
So, magically, while we're listening to the competitor of the Ted Rogers Nazi dynasty, we're getting pinged all the fucking hell.
Never had a sense of urgency when things start falling down. When I was in the mayor's office, it took strident political intervention to get a similar problem a timely fashion. I expect it will again. Deputy Mayor Denzel Min Wong was one of the keys to resolve. He was going to skip Joe Biden's inauguration as president, something that no doubt brought immediate relief to.
So in a minute, I'm not even joking, they're going to start talking about a Danish kids cartoon about some guy with a 20-foot penis. I swear to God, that's what they left off on. I swear to God, I couldn't make that up. That would be an unusual space object, wouldn't it?
Did not attend the inauguration of Thomas Jefferson, the first time the president.
Just talk 1010. I don't know how you'll find a recording of that. As far as I know, they don't podcast anything.
Adams' son, President John Quincy Adams, didn't attend Andrew Jackson's inaugural either, nor did Martin Van Buren or Andrew Jackson. And Richard Nixon, of course, well, he was on a helicopter somewhere when
SoundCloud has stopped. Well, that's funny, because where'd the radio go?
People who've had cosmetic facial fillers.
Yeah, I'm reaching over here means I'm clicking on stuff, so I'll get confused, man.
After taking the COVID-19
get this out of here, please.
According to the U.S. FDA.
Jesus Christ, could you please?
Sounds like just an extra bonus.
Stop hitting buttons I'm not hitting. Because it's plainly apparent, because I know I didn't press a button and we're doing stuff.
When Lily Grace's baby hair was just like fluff.
Yep, SoundCloud. Okay, can we do this a third fucking time?
But it certainly would explain UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson's appearance. Air Canada is hiring social media influencers to encourage.
So having dreadlocks is now a medical condition.
Despite the government's admonition against.
Not wanting to have any part of your body cut off is a medical ailment. It's a mental illness. You should allow us white people to cut pieces off of you.
Responsible for keeping COVID-19 from entering our country through airports and borders.
And she took a trip to highlight. Oh, wait, is that Kit?
Looking for a new self-driving car?
Nope.
Are you okay if it's sentient?
How many fucking times do I have to bookmark this? This is the fourth fucking time I bookmarked this, I think.
The intelligent 1982 Pontiac Trans Am. And let's face it,
it was 82?
It was the 1980s hit TV show Night Rider, of course, and you have until January 23rd to place your bid. The highest offer as of now is $525,000. Yes, sorry, it's a monochrome. Kids and parents in Denmark are eagerly awaiting the premiere of a new animated TV show aimed at 4
So you can compare and contrast this to if you want.
Is John
or not.
Dillerman. He's a grown-up man who hangs around with school kids. Nothing creepy about that. And he has a 20-foot-long prehensile penis, which he uses in every episode to rescue kids, paint murals, generally tidy up, occasionally to steal ice cream cones out of the fingers.
Just to be clear, this is stolen from Trippz, First Nations.
One Danish
and it's dirty when First Nations tell you these stories, and we only tell them the adults. But it's okay when white people tell it to little kids. Get used to men's penises, because that's what you're going to worship and touch all day long when you grow up. Okay, that's disgusting. You know what they taught us on cartoons? How to fight evil and save the environment. Captain Planet Heart! Remember the brown-skinned kid? Heart!
McAdderwood hockey is back in the Scotia, but pucks and sticks are banned from arenas in Ottawa.
That's right. With hockey back this week, everyone knows, and everyone's been waiting for, I don't know how since the last time we played hockey, but my fantasy hockey league is having their draft tonight, and I'll tell you how it goes next week.
Don't get you. I don't even know how those work.
Well, usually we used to do it in a bar or some sort, but me and my buddies are getting together on a Zoom call, and we're going to pick players, take turns picking players to make our own fantasy team so we can fantasize about being a general manager of a hockey team. And hopefully it'll take my mind off all the stuff that's going on in the world.
Very exciting. You should broadcast that.
It's not that exciting.
Today's sports report was brought to you by COVID-19 from knowledge coronavirus. Hero of the week.
So the Harvard professor said it could be a cylinder object as you referred to it, but we don't have an image of it. That's interesting. You don't have an image of it, but you know exactly what it is.
As more and more of them are against the herd. And those who are talking about evidence and science and collateral damage, the injuries and the harm.
You should have to prove it's us spreading cases before you could apply these rules to us.
Lockdowns. They recognize the serious medical consequences of COVID-19, and when you're infected with it, the peril that might follow. But more and more doctors are standing up to be counted and speaking out and saying, yeah, you got to keep this in perspective. It's, COVID-19 is a terrible virus, but it's one of a million things that could hurt you. And it is not.
Oh, so you being afraid of people in hoods means I'm not allowed to carry the gun issued me by the government.
So, more power to them and to any politician that is willing to listen to them and to wrest the decision-making out of the hands of public health officials who seem to operate on a one-track only system.
Asked me the question the other day
lockdown. Those very same public health officials stand up and say,
if people get what they deserve, only God knows.
This is
I don't have one. That's right.
Feeling stupid? I know I am. This is kind of stupid.
Because being stupid is cool in North American mass media.
And Stupid of the Week, I got to give it to anyone.
So what's it been, 25 years or more of Simpsons, and they're still missing the point that it's satire? They still don't see that it's satire.
Two-thirds of society, both here in Canada and in the U.S.
I'm pretty sure even my mother figured that out.
For decades. They had seen
it was weird. I could watch anything on TV, but she got upset when I watched the Simpsons. But she wouldn't tell me not to. But I got cussed at for saying, "Oh my God." So I don't know where my mother's coming. That has something to do with the hunger, winter, and Dutch culture.
A decent three-bedroom house with a lawn and a lawnmower, and
a lawn and a vacation. Your house came with a lawnmower, really?
On a car.
That's a bad sign.
Comfortably, not extravagantly, but comfortably, on a middle income. Well, those days are gone.
What's a middle income, bro? Is that upper middle class? Is that middle class or whatever? You think there's a middle class? There's only two classes: owners and workers. No. There's people that are destitute, and there's people that are living on less than a survival wage, and there's this type of people. No. See, the overseers knew they were no different from the slaves. That's why they didn't fuck around with their job. They knew they were no different, and the only way to change things was you use the term toe the line. The problem is I don't think you know what that means.
To grow their savings. That's great. More power to them. But almost as many, maybe more.
Go back to how the doctors said COVID-19 is not the worst thing.
Lost their pensions. Or lost their ability to contribute to them if they have
all these idiots trying to get me sick or get sick from me
to stay afloat.
I panicked when I heard this on the news. And I was telling you 6 months before you believed me.
They'll never make this year of
being the old guys, we're the only ones left.
And so they will be perpetually disadvantaged. And their kids losing. Your kids, no matter what income you have lost a year of school. There's no ifs, ands, or buts, unless they were extremely gifted academically.
Everybody the year before got passed. All of them.
Anyway.
Because the teachers went on strike.
This kind of strife that we saw in the United States.
Well, we want double the raise everybody else gets. Because it's so hard to do this job.
Between the haves and the have-nots.
If I have to teach the class and then teach one kid and then the next kid and then the next kid and then the rest of them, don't even finish the sentence, bro. You fucked it up when you taught the lesson to the class.
That
Or you're letting the kids play it. I don't get it, Mr. Whatever. What was the next lesson after that? Was there something boring? Were you going to tell them some bullshit about this cartoon politically is bad, and you shouldn't eat this type of food because it's from an ethno-cultural thing that you're not
from an undisclosed location to the Canadian Memorial Bunker. That's not DC, is it? Well, it's undisclosed. It's undisclosed. We don't know where it is. But these are some famous last words by Dr. David Navarro from the
then all of a sudden,
we in the World Health Organization do not advocate lockdown
yelled
as
at
a
the
primary
Big Mac
means of
don't
control of
exist.
this virus.
You better tell
The
that
only
to
time we feel the lockdown is justified is to buy you time to reorganize, regroup,
as long as the Big Mac
rebalance
don't
your
recognize
resources,
Canadian
protect your
government, it's
health
not
workers who are
valid no matter what the
exhausted.
UN
But
says.
by and large,
We can
we'd rather
flip-flop
not do
on
it.
that
And so
anytime.
we really do appeal to all world leaders.
The Ontario
Stop
government's
using
valid. The
lockdown as your
Canadian
primary
government's not.
control method. Lockdowns just have one consequence.
Where you built
It was
Vancouver
never, ever,
on a reservation,
belittle, and
knowing
is
that,
making
admitting
poor
it,
people
and still not doing anything about it?
My name is Mark Tuya. That
I realize that means we
everything
can destroy
I have
those
to say.
buildings because we didn't approve them. They're not up to our code. So there's nothing you can do about it under the law. Who are you going to complain to?
It's
Russia?
time to take a divisive discussion
Iran?
and turn it into real, decisive talk.
The countries that call out Canada, United
Podcast
Nations.
dedicated to unpacking the real story on climate change.
I'm guessing that you've been shouted at like a log in your life.
USSR
Recognizes
recognizes the Inuit as a nation separate from Canada. They had permission to go to Russia long before any white people with a Canadian passport were ever allowed to. Paperwork, they're Inuit. They don't have paperwork. Look at them. They're either Inuit or they're not.
Thinking of selling or buying a home? Home ownership is a great investment and likely the largest investment you will make.
It's not an
And
investment.
Toronto Regional Real Estate Board members are trusted
It's not an
professionals that
investment.
have state-of-the-art tools to
No
help
matter how
guide
much it
you
goes
through
up in
the
value,
process
in order
with ease.
to realize that income, that gain, I should say, you would have to sell it and then move to some other house, which will increase in price at the same rate. Unless you're moving to a shittier area, and in real estate, since that's what you're talking about, that's the difference in the price of the one currency, but not the other one. The other one went down about the land.
That you'll give up and
Hey,
walk
who'd
away
you
from
buy your
money
land
they
from?
owe you. Before you call a
Because I don't have it written here in my book, so I didn't sell it to you.
Disabilityrights.ca to learn what insurance companies don't want
Well,
you
that's
to know.
Quebec,
Don't let the
Mohawk,
insurance company hold on to money
They
you
won't
need
push
to
me
live
off
the
the
life
land. You're
you
not going
and
to.
your family deserve.
Well,
Visit
raise your
disabilityrights.ca
kids like
and
mine.
listen to the Disability Law Show Saturday afternoon.
They won't even be
6 on
confused.
News Talk
I think they look
1010.
like me.
What happens when you sleep well? You train well. You focus
That, now I'll
well.
have to wait till
You
they're
eat
like
well.
25 before
You
I start
play
that
well.
much. Oh, I didn't
Whatever your
realize,
needs or
didn't realize.
solutions, it all starts with better sleep. And that begins with Sleep Country. The New Year, New You event is on now. Get great deals on all your sleep essentials like mattresses, bedding, and pillows. Our
So
sleep
no
experts are
talking
online
this
at
2014 is
sleepcountry.ca
bad.
to help you wake up to better sleep.
Actually, this one here, I think we
As
can
schools
get.
and businesses reopen, many of the government support programs are coming to an end. This may also mean the return of debt stress. At M&P Limited, our licensed insolvency trustees are here to help you find options to weather the storm. Visit us online at mnpdebt.ca.
Come on.
Or call us today at 310-DEBT. That's 310-3328. As schools and businesses reopen, many of the government support programs are coming to an end. This may also mean the return of debt stress. At M&P Limited, our licensed insolvency trustees are here to help you find options to weather the storm. Visit us online at mnpdebt.ca or call us today at 310-DEBT. That's 310-3328.
Green Party leaders among the protesters are looking at the site of the worst long-term care home outbreak in the province. St. George, nearly 4,000 new
This is CFNJ Global News Radio 640 Toronto.
daily record
Of course, entertainment company.
Horse,
You're listening to
right.
Global News Radio
640 and Edge 1021. That's right, CFNY. It just sucked for a long time. I know I got the CFNY album from 1992.
Advertisements will be plastered on NHL
Health
player helmets
officials
and
in Nova
division
Scotia
titles
are
this season,
reporting no
leaving
new
some
cases of COVID-19 for the first time in nearly 2 months. Chief Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Robert Strang, says Nova Scotia is not out of the woods yet, and residents must continue following public health guidelines. Ontario, meanwhile, is reporting a new record high of 3,945 cases in the past 24 hours. And dozens of Quebec residents are facing fines for violating a province-wide curfew enacted last night. Provincial police say they targeted about 20 locations across multiple municipalities in response to protests against the 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. curfew. More than 6 years after Canada first deployed troops to the Middle East to help fight the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, the federal government must decide whether to extend the mission. Canadian press reporter Terry Pedwell says there are a couple of compelling reasons for Canada to stay in the region.
Experts say while ISIL has been defeated on the battlefield, the terrorist group could still pose a threat if pressure isn't maintained. At the same time, other pressing challenges now threaten what little peace and stability exist in Iraq, including age-old divisions inside the country, as well as its emergence as the front line in a slow-burning conflict between the U.S. and Iran.
The Canadian mission involves more than 500 military personnel spread across several countries and is slated to end March 31st. With 5 dead from last week's storm on the U.S. Capitol building, law enforcement officials continue their hunt for those responsible. Reporter Karina Mitchell says authorities have named several people documented during the rampage.
Law enforcement combing through social media, surveillance video, and cell phone data to find the perpetrators.
Lawmakers to go into hiding for hours and
Florida, charged with theft of government property after he was allegedly spotted carrying House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's lectern. Jacob Chansley, aka Jake Angeli, charged with entering a restricted building, violent entry, and disorderly conduct. And Richard Barnett, photographed with his feet on Speaker Pelosi's desk, turning himself in Arkansas.
Wednesday's siege forced lawmakers to go into hiding for hours and halted their voting to affirm U.S. President-elect Joe Biden's victory. It's been half a decade since the world said goodbye to a music legend. Reporter Christopher Watson has more.
WXSM 640, Blountville, Tennessee, Blount. I found 3, 4, 5, 6 stations at 6:40 a.m. plus a few that were at 16:40.
This is the Nia Singh Show on News Talk 1010.
Good afternoon on a beautiful Sunday. It is the Nia Singh Show alongside your co-host with the most, Justin Rochester. How you doing, Justin? Right now.
It's a comedy station. There used to be a country music station in Hamilton, 8:20 a.m. Kept the same DJ. Happens to have a Dutch last name. He thought it was a good idea to steal jokes that he randomly saw on Facebook, not thinking that the people he sees on Facebook looked him up from the radio. They start playing recordings of him telling my jokes. I put a thread on fucking Twitter and man, you never seen them change the recordings faster in your life.
Ontario sees nearly 4,000 new cases of COVID-19.
I don't remember the jokes. I just remember I told him on Facebook, and about a month later, a couple months later, he's trying to tell the same jokes. I found them on Facebook. And you already told us where your daughter works.
Days ago, but that was due to a data delay at Toronto.
I'll shoot her right through the drive-through window, bro. No car needed.
Cases counted. Toronto is seeing 1,160
ever see somebody get their face dunked in a deep fryer?
641 are in Peel and 357 in York region. As for vaccines, an additional 9,983 daily doses have been administered, bringing that number to 113,246 in total. More vaccines are on the way. Around 80,000 Pfizer shots are set for this week, and around 56,000 Moderna doses are set for tomorrow, according to the province's operation layout. As the province sees climbing infection rates, the new COVID modeling data, what the Premier calls a wake-up call for residents once they see the numbers, is being released Tuesday morning. I'm Michelle Morton. The mayor of Halton Hills is calling his police chief's pandemic trip to Florida disappointing. Rick Burnett says he has no prior knowledge of
It's not your police chief, stupid. You're the mayor. You do not run the police, period.
He has since learned Tanner has
it's like, why doesn't John Thornton tell the cops to do this and that? Because he's not in charge of the police.
Town Council have traveled inside Canada during the pandemic. An open letter is calling on the four governors who acknowledge the work being done by early childhood education workers. City's Janice Karen Cooper has more from the executive director at Oak Cooperative Children's Care in London, Ontario. Karen Pilak said that consulting that workers are expected to work with multiple new health guidelines, all while putting their own health at risk with no additional monetary compensation. But she does go on to say there has been some funding, but it's not enough. Well, I do think he has provided some funding to, the organization.
Where's the overlap? I would disagree. I don't appreciate being referred to as a racist white cop.
Excellent. I appreciate that.
Okay, you're a racist white cop from Washington.
Have been completely left in the dark. She also goes on to say most of the workers are women who don't make much more than minimum wage, but are deemed essential during these tough times. Pilak is asking that in 2021 it be provincial priority to improve working conditions, public perception, and wages of early childhood educators in Ontario. I'm Josh Karen Cooper.
Beat up one of the old dudes.
Then
the guy died, so there was no investigation. Right? That's what you wanted. That's what you got.
To protest the demolition of a monument in Sri Lanka. The Mulivakal monument was erected 2 years ago at the University of Jaffna in Sri Lanka and was demolished by authorities. It honors the lives lost in the Tamil genocide during the end of the Sri Lankan Civil War 10 years ago. Brenton Mayor Patrick Brown tweeted his support for the drivers in the rally, saying, quote, destroying a memorial commemorating tens of thousands of Tamils killed in Mulivakal is another form of structural genocide by Sri Lanka. Stay with 680 News to continue to follow the story.
Never stop fighting until they're taken into
Quebec implementing a nightly province-wide curfew from 8 p.m. until 5 a.m. And 680 this weekend, the Toronto Times is the first night since it was flooding the rules. Not everyone in Quebec was ready to comply with the new curfew. Police in the province say they handed out tickets over $1,500 to about 20 demonstrators at a protest in Quebec City. While they also broke up a gathering in Montreal, there's no information just yet on if fines or penalties were issued there. Quebec Premier Francois Legault says the curfew is needed as the province's hospitals near a tipping point, which could see all but the most urgent treatments delayed. The rule applies to all residents with some
you are now an illegal combatant.
Essential workers, people walking their dogs, and those out for medical reasons can be out after 8 p.m. The curfew is expected to be in place until at least February 8th. I'm Enrique Amaturo.
That's why they're called illegal.
The NHL is adopting an advertising strategy similar to other major sports leagues around the world. Player helmets will now have a sponsor's logo, and so will division titles. 680's Joey Keeney with more.
Peter Klein from Sportsnet 960 The Fan says the pandemic directly influenced the NHL's decision.
I'm surprised it took this long. This is something that's been talked about for a long time. And it makes a lot of sense now when you're looking at the NHL. It is a business. The main goal of it is to make money.
5 in the morning.
They're making less money now that they can't have people.
Soccer teams do this in abundance already, leaving some fans worried about the style of their team's jerseys going forward. But Concordia University economist Moshe
We're worried about the style of our jerseys.
If your fandom is so tied up in the logo on the front and the fact that might be reduced in size or moved to the shoulder crest or something like that. Like if that's the extent of your fandom.
I told you all this talk about get rid of Redskins and Chiefs and Indians. Redskin offends me because you have no red pigment, you piece of shit. It's the Beata. Blood red skin, eh? Do you think they scientifically got to the bottom of what was blood and what was pigment? I doubt it. You don't have red pigment, so you have no right to complain about red skin, Mr. Brown Race. Hey, Mexicans and American Indians and First Nations Canadians are all the same brown race, according to your white man scientist that tell you you're right.
Care beyond your smile. Now this 680 News gas price update. Emperor predicts the price of gas will hold at midnight, staying at $1.12.9 a liter. 680 News time 4:10.
Toronto fans are fired up. January 13th, the Leafs are back on Sportsnet.
That's a different station.
Quand on fait un party, virgule, on prépare une assiette de crudités. Crudité avec des céleris dans le cheese whiz. Puis des cocombes. Virgule, du fromage jaune-orange, puis d'autres amuse-gueules. Ouais. Finalement, tant que je bois de l'alcool, c'est mon mari qui est toujours mon chauffeur résigné. Ouais. Fin de la diqueté.
Bonjour, Justin. Bonjour, monsieur Lang. Laissez-moi fermer mon parapluie maintenant qu'il n'a plus de soutien-gorge. Bien sûr, bien sûr. Monsieur le Premier ministre, votre gouvernement a annoncé cette semaine que le cannabis sera légalisé dès le printemps 2017. C'est toute une nouvelle, ça? Oui, l'annonce a été faite par le ministre Jane Philpott. Oui. Et oui, comme promis, on vous a pas roulé. Mais c'est très bien, ça. On va le faire pour le vrai. Je vous en passe un papier. OK. Cette semaine, un journaliste vous a posé une question complexe sur l'informatique quantique et vous avez répondu avec aisance. Bravo, hein? Merci, M. Lag. Vous savez, j'ai toujours aimé les quantiques. Quand j'étais jeune, on chantait toujours, surtout à Noël. Oui, mais je ne savais pas que la philosophie des sciences vous intéressait quand même. Oh, j'adore le mot philosophie, car dans ce mot, il y a Sophie. Ah, ben oui, c'est sûr. Ben oui. Et tout ça m'a amené à me poser des questions de chef d'État. Qui suis-je? D'où viens-je? Où vais-je? Ah oui, hein? Oui, par exemple, dites-moi, M. Lag, pourquoi c'est toujours quand je suis pressé de partir avec mon ordinateur portable qu'il décide de faire ses 38 mises à jour? Ah, c'est une bonne question, ça. Si je lance une pomme dans l'océan, est-ce qu'elle va devenir un fruit de mer? Ah, je l'ignore. Selon vous, est-ce qu'un dentiste peut manger du rôti de palette? Ah, faudrait lui demander.
Every time I get seriously super sick, I start thinking about like what happens
Pourquoi les souliers nous font toujours mieux au magasin que chez nous?
My God, people I owe money to.
Not
mine, though. Nobody gives a fuck.
Il n'y a presque plus de cabine téléphonique au Superman.
They start
Va-t-il se
getting
changer?
sick, facing things that they never wanted to hear me say about them or me. All of a sudden, I'm supposed to care.
Nous allons réfléchir à tout ça, M. Trudeau. Hey, merci beaucoup de la belle visite aujourd'hui. Au revoir, M. Lang.
Bonsoir, M. Lang. Alors, Mme Massé, tout le monde s'accorde pour dire que vous avez mené toute une campagne électorale cette année, hein? Ouais. D'ailleurs, sur cette belle certitude, je voudrais remercier Jean-François
Blockbuster
Lisée,
rewards.
ainsi que les
I've
autres
read
bénévoles
movies
de
with that
Québec
detail,
solidaire.
but I go to Alaska.
Vous avez dit, entre autres, que dans un monde idéal, si Québec solidaire était au pouvoir, les soins dentaires seraient gratis. Oui. L'éducation du CPE au doctorat. Gratis. Le transport en commun. Gratis. Alors, ma question, comment comptez-vous financer tout ça?
Pas besoin de le financer. Ça va être gratis.
I love how you put your Facebook address on the rolling paper package, even though Facebook won't allow you to have a Facebook presence when you sell products like this.
Gratis. Oui, mais c'est quoi que vous comprenez pas là-dedans, monsieur Lang?
I'm an asshole for pointing that out. You're gonna steal my fruit cup, that boy. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm mixing up all the shit that happened this morning. That boy stole my fruit cup. Oh, you touched it. I said, why'd you take it? Oh, you touched it. Really? I touched my fruit cup, so you threw it up. They can't figure out. They're mad because they keep finding out we're smarter than them. They can't figure out why we're not vandalizing the Salvation Army or saying bad things about them. Because you're not in charge, you pussy-ass pedophile fucking apologist. Never been a white person in charge there. Whoever makes the food in charge, that's who decides who shows up. You know who makes the food there? Black people. You know, I know said black people work at other churches. These white people don't work anywhere. They're not paid to work. That's right. They're getting $22 an hour just to show up. I'm a volunteer.
Les métiers spécialistes qui sont les mieux payés au Canada. Est-ce que vous pensez de ça, vous?
Je sais pas pourquoi vous me parlez de ça, là. Je suis critique au transport, j'ai rien à voir là-dedans.
Est-ce que le Parti libéral vous sollicite beaucoup ces temps-ci?
Oui, j'ai beaucoup d'invitations. On m'invite à me fermer, on m'invite à partir. On m'invite à manger un char.
Oui, c'est tout le temps que nous avions. Merci beaucoup, docteur.
C'est dommage, j'avais une bonne chimie avec le public. On a fait une belle complicité.
Vous viendrez, c'est le député libéral de la Pinière, le docteur.
En 13 ans d'émission, il est arrivé, dans certaines occasions, qu'on invite à l'enregistrement des personnalités qu'on imite ou qu'on caricature. Appelons-les affectueusement les victimes de la semaine prochaine. Et cette fois, avec l'équipe, avec le public, ça donne lieu à de beaux moments de radio parce qu'on s'en vient dans l'exercice, un respect mutuel, de la bienveillance et surtout le gros fun de vivre ça tous ensemble. Alors, dans le prochain bloc, on aura la visite de Francis Redé, Marie Lozé, Philippe Gagnon, et on commence avec le vrai Alain Gravel.
Vous savez, comme c'est votre dernière émission de la saison, j'ai pensé vous faire une série de blagues. Question de laisser un bon souvenir aux auditeurs.
Oui. Mais c'est à ce sujet-là pour vos blagues, moi, on s'était pas dit que ces blagues-là, c'était peut-être... Mon Dieu, il y a deux Alain Gravel.
Non, Philippe, nous sommes désormais un duo.
Ah oui?
Alain et Gravel. Oui, monsieur. Et nous allons tout de suite avec notre capsule humoristique.
OK.
J'en ai une pour toi, Alain. Dans quel plan d'eau pêche-t-on le plus de nouvelles? J'ignore. Dans le l'actualité. Dans le sens de l'actualité. Hein? Tu sais, je suis mordu, là. Oui. C'est une bonne ligne. Pêche, ligne. Mettre un scaphandre pour faire des entrevues de fond. Alain, tu sais que j'aime beaucoup le vélo. Hein? Ah oui, je savais pas ça. Quel est le passage de la Bible favori des cyclistes? Les noces de cadenas. Comme canot, hein? Mais cadenas. Comme ça, ben, je risque pas de me faire voler. Arrête, je n'en peux plus. Partons, on va te pédaler dans le beurre. Oui, parce que je commence à en avoir plein mon casque. Oh, tu as gardé le meilleur pour la fin? Comme toujours, Alain. OK, il est 3 heures du matin. On se lève.
Merci beaucoup. Philippe. Oui. Philippe. Hey, mais parlant de ça, c'est Francis Redé. Bonjour, Francis. Philippe.
Oui, je pensais par là, je me suis dit, que serait-il fait dans une banderole, une piñata et des maracas? Alors, j'ai apporté le nécessaire.
C'est donc bien gentil, ça.
Philippe, imagine-toi qu'en arrivant au théâtre tout à l'heure, je cherchais la porte de la loge. Oui. Alors, j'emprunte un couloir, puis un autre. Okay. Je croise une employée, je lui souris, elle me rend mon sourire, alors je lui dis, non, regardez-le. J'arrive devant une porte, je pousse la barre, et là, me voici.
On est très content que vous soyez là, parce que Francis, votre enthousiasme là, à propos de tout, ça fait vraiment plaisir à voir. Vous savez ça, hein?
Il y a tant de choses à vivre sur cette terre. Alors, je suis fait à peine à la tâche. Alors, pour pouvoir jouir de tout, savourer tous les plaisirs de la vie, il faudra avoir le temps d'ubiquité. Peut-être même me dédoubler.
Vous pensez que... Ah oui?
Religion in their background, and I told them what I had. Get mad.
C'est bon, là. Oui, bonjour. Alors, il semble, Francis, que votre souhait vient de se réaliser. Il y a un autre Francis Redé qui vient d'arriver. Bonjour, monsieur Francis.
Policing, no law enforcement, policing your lineup outside of these places.
Oui, je suis très heureux d'être enfin deux pour te souhaiter avec joie.
I gotta get a joint.
Et avec bonheur, avec ravissement et délectation, jouissance et allégresse, euphorie et volupté, extase et fébrilité, en toute amitié, en toute camaraderie, à l'unisson,
And this right here is why you never tie a granny knot, ever, because you won't get it off. I love it when white people say, oh, I'll tie that, and you're not tying anything of mine. You don't know how to tie knots, or if you're doing it wrong on purpose. I don't appreciate how you did this and that to me. It makes me feel like you. Remember, fin de semaine, weekend. Fin de semaine, weekend. It's the same number of syllables.
Perfect for DIY installers. Even better,
and that's
the
why
air
it's
gap
seen as
design creates a
lazy.
thermal break, making floors up to 6 degrees warmer than the concrete floor below. DMX One Step 2.0. No mold, no cold. Find it at the Home Depot.
680 news time, 4:21. Time for traffic and weather. Together on the ones, here is Carlin Donahue.
Well, for the most part, the highways running through the GTA right now are in great shape. However, if you're on the eastbound Gardner, east of Jameson, we have a collision. It's blocking the right lane and the ramp lane. So crews on scene, it's causing a delay from approaching Parkside. If you're on the northbound 427, the ramp to Finch, we have a left lane blocked with a stalled vehicle, tow truck on scene. And that's it for the highways in the GTA.
Holy shit, are you people actually out on your balconies?
Just a heads up, southbound Yonge is going to be really busy from St. Clair down to Bloor. This is due to an ongoing protest. So just make sure that you avoid that area if you can. It's really congested. And up in Richmond Hill, we have a collision. Southbound Leslie is blocked at Major Mackenzie, and that is due to that crash. I'm not seeing really terrible delays through that stretch, so you should be good to go. Your next report's at 4:31 with the forecast now. Here's Jason Freezer.
Well, right now we continue to see a lot of cloud cover across the region. We are going to see 1 or 2 more peaks of sunshine before the sun starts setting in about 40 minutes. And then overnight we'll see temperatures dropping down below the freezing mark. And the other thing you're going to notice here is that we'll continue to keep the cloud cover. The good news with the cloud cover, though, is going to basically act as insulation. So we're not going to see a lot of big temperature swings between tonight as well as tomorrow, even over the next couple of days. It's pretty much going to be rinse and repeat over the next couple of days. So we'll see some sun peaks tomorrow, along with some cloud cover.
It's going to be no rain, but it's going to be rinse and repeat. You know why I don't call any complaint about this? This is humorous. A weather guy's supposed to
down here 2 degrees. Our next chance for some rain showers.
It'll be no rain, but it's going to be rinse and repeat. What rain? All of a sudden there's precip. You've been telling us all day and last night. No precip. No precip. That's how you know I'm not lying. No precip.
Your roof's sprung a leak. Water came through, shorted out the furnace. The radiator.
When you need money fast, Prudent Financial.
I successfully made the video. Everything interesting I did find today didn't make it into a video. God damn. The 20-foot penis cartoon guy, that's weird as hell. They didn't talk about that for more than 30 seconds. They spent 10 or 15 minutes on the space object, and the whole time my router's was dumped Rogers technicians. But I'm stopping you from making money because I think you're part of the brown race, and you think I'm a white guy who's stealing the word Indian from Hindustan because the British told you that. Yeah. But you know what Afro-Dutch is. I know you do, because there's Dutch all over East Indies. All over. Hey, how come you hate the Packies so much?
Early weeks of the pandemic last year, the Last Dance documentary on Michael Jordan drew huge numbers. Expect the same as another...
I swear I'm going to leave it on silence.
Fly me to the moon. Et Frankie, pourquoi aller sur la Lune quand on peut aller à... Mais non! Paris. Non, restons sérieux. Le voici en duo avec Charles Aznavour. Ah, Charlie, à toi aussi, j'en ai fait voir des étoiles. Houston, il n'y en avait pas de problème.
Fly me to the moon. Let me play.
HBO. I'm Simon Bennett.
This is 680 News. Every week, 680 News advertisers get their message heard by 1.5 million listeners. Listeners who have money, own homes, drive cars, do their taxes.
I'm Mark Felstein of Mark Felstein & Associates.
And I'm Sarah Felstein, the next generation, and we run an accounting and tax practice in Markham, Ontario.
We've been advertising on 680 News for the last 10 years.
Mark and Sarah Felstein are smart investors.
It's a long-term investment, so when you invest in 680 News, you're investing in your long-term future of your business. But you have to be patient.
We did see results from 680 News right away, but I can say that over time, those results have compounded. Short and long-term results.
You're branding your name over long-term. We noticed that we're off 680 News during the Christmas break. We're still getting calls because of our branding and our long-term commitment.
The nice thing also with 680 News is everybody listens to it. You'll meet someone and then they'll say, oh, I recognize your business name. I heard you on 680 News. Imagine 1.5 million listeners hearing your ad every week. Go to 680ads.com. 680 News Time 426. Now your business report.
I'm Richard Southern. Ottawa-based Shopify waded into the controversy surrounding U.S. President Trump. Shopify helps millions sell their goods online. And after the incident in Washington, D.C. on Wednesday, Shopify removed pages that it hosted for Donald Trump, including his merchandise site where he sells his mega hats. Daniel Bader is tech analyst at App Central.
I think this was a difficult decision for Shopify because the company has been hesitant to do anything about shutting down e-stores that were controversial but didn't really contravene their terms of service, right?
Actually, they did. They promoted violence that contravenes the terms of service. It always does. Because in the United States, Canada, and I think Britain, you have these conspiracy rules that if, they're kind of like the felony murder law, similar. If you are helping them sell their hats to make money, and they're using that money to organize, and then they riot and do an insurrection, guess what? You're getting shot when the British troops come in. Because they're all black and Indians. They don't give a fuck. They speak French. I know that don't make sense, but that's how it works.
Southwest winds around 5 miles per hour.
I can't trust these people to leave anything.
Monday night, mostly cloudy.
I'm gonna go get a joint. If I don't get a joint, then at least I tried.
Lows in the mid-30s. Southwest winds around 5 miles. Light and variable. Chance of rain 30%. Tuesday,
wow, this is fucked everything up here on my screen because I won't notice. I'll just think I'm a dumb nigger that can't use computers for 35 fucking years.
Clear. Cold with lows in the lower 30s.
Mr. Officer Man.
West winds around 5 miles per hour.
Oh yeah, everything you think is high tech and amazing, and you don't know how it works, and you got to ask how. I helped build.
Lows in the mid-30s.
Just like the speedometers on those trains.
Cloudy. Lows in the lower 30s. Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-40s. Saturday night, clear. Cold with lows in the upper 20s. Sunday, mostly sunny. Highs in the upper 40s.
Jam it up all to hell. Jam it up all to hell. Can I help you look more fucking retarded?
At the Rawlings Airport, it was fair. The temperature was 51 degrees.
Now the real conspiracy theory to me is my router and my box here are 2 feet apart or whatever, 4 feet, 3 feet apart, and I don't have 4 bars of signal. That's the more conspiracy theory to me than because there's no explanation for that. Whereas all the dumb shit these people do, there's perfect explanations for it.
The pressure was 30.25 inches and steady. Elsewhere across the state tower, at Asheville, it was fair, with a temperature of 44.
I'll leave it on this for a minute.
At Charlotte, it was fair, with a temperature of 49. At Greensboro, it was fair, with a temperature of 48.
Every little bit helps! Every little bit helps!
With a temperature of 50. At Lillington, it was fair, with a temperature of 52. At Lewisburg, it was fair.
You got 10 o'clock, you don't get nothing.
At Fayetteville, it was fair, with a temperature of 52.
I'm gonna hurt everybody out of that church and treat them like that.
Airport, it was fair.
I know exactly where you're from. You tried to do the same thing the Dutch did. You tried to colonize the Dutch territory. That's how stupid you are. We've been here since 1600s.
It was fair, with a temperature of 46.
Earlier than that.
The current time is 4:29
p.m. Tried to take over a church that was already in existence because the Dutch and French was allowed.
Monday. In Orange County.
Oh yeah, that cornerstone was there long before you got here. How do I know? Because you're South African. In South Africa, you weren't allowed to leave when that church was built. So how the fuck did you get here?
This is NOAA weather, radio, all hazards.
So you're again
Station
calling me either white
WXL58, operating on frequency
or a dirty half-breed.
152.55
Half-breed. They
megahertz.
got 4 fucking
This
breeds.
program originates from the National Weather Service in Raleigh and is
So my
transmitted from an
grandparents,
antenna
would be 2
located on the
grandfathers, 2
UNCTV
grandmothers, it's
tower
4.
near Chapel Hill.
Not one of them
This
is white.
station serves the northeast
Where
Piedmont
does
of
this
North
white,
Carolina.
part white come from?
Here is the latest weather synopsis. Weak high pressure will remain over the southeast states through tonight. Weak low pressure will develop off the South Carolina coast Monday, then track northeastward along the North Carolina coast late Monday through Tuesday. High pressure will build over the southeast states from the southwest Tuesday through Wednesday. Here is the latest National Weather Service forecast for Raleigh and vicinity. Tonight, mostly
Well,
clear.
technically, if you're careful, even if your hands are dirty or the mask is
South winds
dirty,
around 5
you don't
miles
have
per
to
hour
touch
this
this
evening, becoming light and
T-zone.
variable. Monday,
T-zone.
partly sunny in the morning.
Your eyes,
Cloudy
nose,
with
and
a
mouth.
slight
Don't
chance
touch
of
it.
rain in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 40s.
You may have noticed I have an
Southwest
ingrown hair
winds around
problem.
5 miles per hour.
They're not even ingrown. They just
20%.
slice the follicles
Monday
open. They
night,
bleed
mostly
all the
cloudy.
fucking time.
A chance of
The
rain.
reason I pluck them up when they're small, if I let them get longer, it doesn't self-correct. They just start becoming bloody, gaping holes.
Becoming light and
So I know all about not touching
chance of
wounds,
rain 30%.
or I'd be dead.
Tuesday, partly sunny. Highs in the lower 50s. West winds around 5 miles per
And
hour.
this one's technically dirty
Tuesday night, mostly
on the
clear.
outside.
Cold with lows in the lower 30s. West winds around 5 miles per hour. Wednesday through Friday, mostly clear. Highs in the mid-50s. Lows in the mid-30s. Friday night, partly cloudy. Lows in the lower 30s. Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-40s. Saturday
I need a
night, clear.
split.
Cold with lows in the upper 20s. Sunday, mostly sunny. Highs in the upper 40s. Here are the 4 p.m. observations for the northeast Piedmont.
I got about 200 marijuana seeds and more to
It was
plant.
fair. The temperature was 51 degrees, the dew point 24, and the relative humidity 34%. The wind was northeast at 5 miles an hour. The pressure was 30.27 inches and rising. At Burlington, it was fair. The temperature was 52 degrees, the dew point 20, and the relative humidity 28%.
Did
The
these
wind was
idiots cut
variable
open
at
this
3 miles
stand
an
with
hour.
tin snips?
The pressure was 30.25 inches and steady.
These are to pick up.
Elsewhere across the state
They
this
cut it
hour,
with tin
at
snips.
Asheville, it was fair, with a temperature of 44.
I'm pretty sure that came out of the drunk,
At Charlotte, it was fair,
the
with
dude
a
always
temperature of
dropping his
49.
pants, the one that died last
At
week or 2
Greensboro,
weeks,
it was
whatever the
fair,
fuck the
with a
piece of shit
temperature of
died.
48. In
Oh, he's a
Roxborough,
piece of shit.
it was
He's talking to
fair,
a
with
Somali,
temperature of
talking
50.
about how he was in
At
Black
Millington,
Ops in the
it was
Canadian
fair,
Forces
with
in
a
the
temperature of
90s.
52.
Then he
At
thinks because
Milford,
the Somali's not reacting somehow. That's a dumb nigger. See, I'm right to acting tighter.
Of 52.
He's
At
not
the
letting you
Rocky
get
Mount
them because he
Wilson
knows you're
Airport,
full of
it was
shit.
fair, with a temperature of 51.
Why is
At
that
Wilmington,
stuck?
it was fair, with a temperature of 54. At Cape Hatteras, it was fair, with a
Hey, I
temperature of
came for
46.
it. Okay. So
The Raleigh
later,
Durham
I
International
want to see the
Airport climate
mouse.
summary for this evening as of
I'll
4
be able to
p.m.
point that.
January 10th, 2021. Today's
Right,
high
close enough.
temperature was 53 degrees. This high was 3 degrees above the normal high of 50.
Just like this.
The record high is 75 degrees, which was set in
TV's heavy as
1930.
hell, eh?
Today's low temperature was 25 degrees.
Hey, maybe
This
it's a
low
work
was
a
6
bit with the
degrees below
sun
the
on it,
normal
too.
low
I
of
guess I'll
31.
take tomorrow to find
The
out.
record low is 3 degrees, which was set in 1970. No precipitation fell today, which leaves the monthly total at 2.53 inches. This is 1.43 inches above the normal amount of 1.10 inches for
1.10.
Strain, a new variant of the coronavirus.
Oh.
Carolyn Cormon, who covers science for us, put some of those questions to one of the specialists who is looking at the new strain, Joseph Osmundson,
South
a
African or
molecular
British?
biologist at New York University. Osmundson studies DNA replication, and he's written extensively about COVID-19.
Oh, that's helpful. He's written extensively
I
about
wanted
it
to
means
talk
something.
about some of the stuff we're seeing in the news, and we're now dealing with not just one, but 2 strains of the original coronavirus we know so well.
No.
And these strains are
146
Could you break
plus
down for
these
me on a
2
really
plus everything that came
granular
in
level
between.
how often
And in
does
fact,
this
one of these
virus
variants is
SARS-CoV-2
descended from the
mutate?
other one. So it's really one
biology is
variant.
never perfect.
It's 2
And
variants,
so
but it's 2
everything is going
generations
to
of
make
the same
mistakes.
one.
Your cell sometimes makes mistakes when it copies all of its DNA. A virus will inevitably mutate, and those mutations are we call them. differences in the genetic sequence of a virus,
We call them.
those differences can
Thank you,
have phenotypic differences.
Ted Rogers, Nazi
differences in
disciples.
how
I don't
the
know how
virus
you got so
attacks.
many brown
Does
skin
it,
and
you know,
women
replicate
on your
faster?
Nazi
Does it
team.
replicate more in certain cells?
They're about
You
to
know,
talk
and the more
knowledge. Stop
transmission that
it. Stop
occurs,
it.
The more people the virus is in, the more
By
chances
the way,
it has
YouTube,
to change.
we know it's you
Right?
giving
So
the
this is
IP
yet
address
again
up, but
a
we don't know
reason
why.
you know, the NPI, the non-pharmaceutical
Oh, it goes totally
interventions,
against what
social
YouTube
distancing
needs
is
in order
so
to
important.
function.
This virus is
You give away those
worrisome.
IP
I will say that
addresses
it is
and
for
your
sure
network don't work
worrisome.
no more.
In part
So
because of
who's
the
working
number
at
of mutations
YouTube that
it
hates
has. It
me
has
pointing out that
23
you got
total
shot at with a
mutations.
Glock,
Such
so it doesn't
That's a
show up on the
surprise to
news?
scientists.
And you
It is
killed a
the
woman with a
the
Glock,
leading
and somehow that
hypothesis of
should
how
show
the
up on the
virus may have
news.
emerged. We know that, you know, most
And you're
people,
both white. She got
individuals
brown
get
skin, right?
COVID,
But she doesn't.
they spend a
'cause she's
couple days
Persian.
not yet
Right,
feeling
right,
sick,
right,
but they're
right, right.
infectious.
Why are you
Then they
giving the
may
IPs to
shed virus
Rogers
for another 8
technicians?
to
They're
10
only
days
under
after that. And then,
contract
you know, it's an
to a
RNA
third-party
virus.
group
It
that's under
doesn't stick around in your
contract
body.
to Rogers.
Even if you're testing positive after that 10 days, we think the vast majority of people,
You think 'cause
the
it's called
virus is
Trinity
not
and it's got
actively
something to do with
replicating and they're
Bellwoods?
not
You're
infectious.
dumb.
But we know for sure
remember
that people
Bellwoods
with
Burger
compromised immune systems can
boycotted for
actually
refusing to
replicate the virus
accommodate
for a
people under
much
the
longer period
Ontarians with
of time.
Disabilities Act? No.
Right? So
This is what comes
up to
up when you
70
type your own name in on the
one
computer.
infection, an individual has shed virus for 70 days if they're immunocompromised. And that is actually that person's immune system over a long period of time putting a lot of pressure on the virus to mutate. Right? So that's the type of situation we think where these strains with so many mutations in them may evolve. It's kind of an atypical infection in an individual.
Wow. So you're saying that the variant with 23 mutations most likely came from a person. It evolved in a person or a series of people who were immunocompromised.
That seems to be the leading hypothesis. We certainly don't have data. We haven't found that individual. We don't have sort of the genetic sleuthery to trace it back exactly to that. But if you look at the number of mutations, that's the most sort of
mutated that many
theory
times
to why this type
in
of
one
evolution
or
could
series
occur.
of immunocompromised people,
And
every single
this
one
new
of them would have
strain first
died
emerged in
before they could
September,
pass
maybe,
the virus
and
on.
it's
If
seemingly
it has
spread all
one
over
genetic
Southern England
change,
and throughout London very
immunocompromised
quickly.
person can't fight it
seems
off.
that most new cases are this
If it
strain.
mutates
The way
inside
that
me,
epidemiological data
I can't
works
finish
is
fighting
that
it off.
You basically quantify how much
So you're again
of
claiming the
the
people
viral
that will
transmission, how
die
many
from this is
new,
somehow spreading it to
cases
you who
come
won't die
an
from
old-
it.
the variant, the new strain, or the typical
You survive,
blue
you keep
collar
walking
wild-type
around spreading
virus.
it. We
And
die,
the
we
pattern
don't
that they
spread it.
saw
Explain
is
again
that
how that
this
works, Mr.
variant
White Boy.
seems to spread through the population quite rapidly.
The New
And this
Yorker
certainly
Radio
is
Hour,
raising
David
everyone's
Remnick,
alarm bells.
Okay, and at
KCRW.com,
this point, especially in this country, we don't know how long
KCRW
it's
News
been here
24
or how
channel,
much
Santa
it's spread.
Monica,
That's right. So we
California.
really don't have a good idea of how much of it is here. We think, based on some very preliminary studies, that it's not super duper widespread. It is, of course, worrying that the individuals found to have this variant have no history of travel to the UK. We are not sequencing.
Yeah, well, South
enough
Africa's a
viruses,
Dutch colony.
right? This was
so-
found by an incredible work in the UK
No
to
way.
say we need to take 5% or 10% of the people who test positive for SARS-CoV-2 and sequence every letter in the genome of that virus, and to try to look
Why
for exactly this
5%?
type of thing. Some
Because I'm
analysis
just throwing
that,
numbers out
the
there,
science
because white
advocacy
people
group
do
I
that.
work with and I have been
This
doing
happened in South
shows that
Africa,
only
buddy.
a
It didn't
couple
happen
of
in the
states
UK.
in 2020
We knew about
even
the South
had
African
1 or 2%
variant before the UK
of
variant.
their cases sequenced. Many states
And then
have
because the
none.
media is
And
ambiguous,
many
they kept
states where
referring to it
there's
as
tons
one
and tons of
variant in South
transmission
Africa and the UK.
has
We knew
very
about the
sparse
146
sequencing. So we
before
would
that.
not be finding this.
Now we got the
if
UK
it
and
were
South
here.
African variants. South Africa came out
It is
first.
here, and we
And
don't
one of these
really
is
know
descended
how
from the other,
widespread
but
it
they're
is.
not explaining that.
You know, I find it really, as a virologist, this type of
You're a
evolution is
virologist?
both terrifying and
A
interesting.
virologist.
But what it means for people is not anything new. We need to stop transmitting this virus because
Do
this
you wear a
virus might be
tie,
more
Mr.
transmissible,
Dr. Scientist?
and that could actually lead to
Is
a
your
really
wristwatch
horrific
made of leather
outcome in
instead
terms
of
of the number
stainless
of
steel?
deaths. Some sort of back of the envelope math show that a virus that's more transmissible will
Back
actually
of the
cause more
envelope?
deaths
That
than a
means he
virus
gets
that's
money
more
from the
deadly,
government.
because it's exponential. The way
You've
it
done math
spreads.
on the back of an envelope,
So,
government envelope. envelope.
It is.
So it's potentially
He's trying to
very
relate
bad
to
news
us poor ass
if
niggers and
it's
stuff, but his
more
money from the government is like
Preliminary
$150,000
data
at
on
a time to do
transmissibility
these studies.
hold up, and we are slow at vaccine rollout, and we don't get better at non-pharmaceutical interventions like wearing masks,
Traditional Chinese medicine has helped like 90% of the
I think
people
fundamentally
in China
we need
that
to be
got
doing
this.
the same things that we
And it's
should have been
regulated
doing
in
all
Canada.
along.
As for everywhere else in
And
the
we
world, I
need
don't know.
really
But in
fast
China and
vaccine
Canada,
rollout.
it's called TCM.
Right?
You
So
cannot
this-
just open
if
up
this
a
thing is
shop
more
and say, this is
transmissible,
traditional
but
Chinese
the
medicine.
vaccine
No, you
still
have to
works,
prove what
and
you
we
know.
really hope and think that it likely still will. The
Which
faster we
is
get
the same as
vaccine to
recognition
people,
for
the
medicine
more
people
we can
here
start
in
turning
Canada, First
down
Nations.
the transmission, even
Except
of a
you
more
can't force
infectious
us to get a
virus.
certificate in that
The
here.
good news,
It's our land.
and
You're
this
here
is data
first.
we've
You
had
got
already
to get a
since the
certificate in
spring,
that we
is that
signed, not the other way around.
vaccination tends to produce a more consistent and robust immune response than does
You shouldn't
disease.
have a more
that
robust
is
response. It
really
should be
good
the
news.
smallest dose that works.
Are you still going to be protected against
So
this
your
new
vaccine
variant?
is going to ruin
We have
anybody
no
with a
reason to
compromised
believe that
immune
you
system
won't.
because you're going to use
So we
up all
think
their
so.
white blood cells and
I would say
antibodies
the
right away in a
other good
robust
news
attack.
about, the vaccine,
That lasts
the
about an
Moderna and
hour.
Pfizer vaccine,
Then
as
you got another
know,
20
are
hours before you
mRNA
get to
vaccines,
sleep and build more white blood
which
cells.
means that we can actually just take the mRNA that we put in the vaccine and give it the new version of the spike protein from the new
The
virus.
spike protein. All viruses are covered in. It's not the spike protein. It's a spiky layer of protein. Just like you're covered in
This
protein.
conversation will continue.
Your DNA is covered in protein too, with a whole bunch of water. Here's the DNA
will be
strand. Here's the
necessary
fucking.
for everyone.
What's a virus?
Until
Same
really we
thing.
get to about
Collapse down. That's it.
75% of the population vaccinated. Do you agree
So
with
you're
that?
going after the outer virus sheath and not the DNA itself?
COVID is going to
Wow.
be with us for a very long time.
Useless.
It might
Completely
take more
useless.
than a year to get to 75%.
So,
COVID tests and COVID
65% is herd immunity, according to the theory that was published in the fucking 50s.
Because you will never have 100% of people vaccinated. You'll always have travel around the globe.
No, you won't.
We see from history that
It's yes, you will, and no, you won't. You got them both wrong, buddy.
Vaccines very well. It's only ever happened with smallpox. Only. Right?
Smallpox
that history
vaccines
tells us
don't
that
work.
both the vaccine will make
And
things
some of
immeasurably
us
better. I cannot
are immune to
be
smallpox.
vaccinated.
Good
Does
luck
that
with
mean I won't ever
smallpox,
think about
Ebola,
COVID, risk
bubonic plague
diagnosis,
has
wearing
made a
masks?
comeback.
No, I still will.
Cholera, Zika,
I am
MERS,
curious what kind of faith you
SARS-1,
have that
SARS-2,
will keep up social
SARS-2,
distancing
XYZ, whatever's
once
going on.
They start hearing more and more people they know have been vaccinated.
Hepatitis A, V, and C.
I don't think
Should I
we
keep
have
going?
done well.
There were
communicating to
200
people how to
coronavirus
manage
strains
risk.
identified
I'm
as
a
circulating in
queer
the human
scientist.
population in
I was born in
1990.
1983, the year HIV was identified as the virus that causes AIDS. Risk management has been a part of my upbringing and culture since I was a child. And I don't
The
think
dude got it in
we've done
79
well
or 80, died, and then the next one got it and died, and then the next one got
how
hospital.
exhausting that is to people.
It's so
But how
exhausting.
much that type
We're
of
all about
thinking
the
takes
scientific
us.
method, but it's tiring.
It was not a joy growing up.
The
to
first
worry about
crackhead died in
HIV every time I had sex.
1954.
And to feel like if I don't wear a condom, I might die. And
No,
yet,
it was you black people, you niggers better wear condoms so you don't make more nigger babies. That's
It's
what it
not
was
fun.
about. How
but
come
it is a little
HIV didn't kill off the black community?
Wonderful
We just
speaking
didn't
with
sleep
you, Joe.
around.
Thank you so much. And
White people wore the condoms. They got AIDS everywhere.
When we started the conversation,
And unwanted
so I think
babies
that-
everywhere. They
that's
still
where
pass off the
it does
narrative
something
that
for
they're
me.
going
Thank you
to
so much.
adopt all the unwanted black crack babies, because crack babies are fucked for life. They just did a
Joseph
study 2
Osmondson
years
is a
ago.
molecular biologist
30 or
at New
35
York
years later,
University.
something like that. You
He spoke
cannot
with staff
tell
writer
which
Callan
person
Ford.
was born addicted to crack and which wasn't. Because it's
Stick
not
around.
physically
We're gonna
addictive. It
change
doesn't
things up in a
permanently
moment.
change anything. And yes,
This is
it's
New York
exactly the
Radio
same
Hour.
as cocaine, a pharmaceutical painkiller that is still perfectly legal in Canada. It's like heroin.
I ain't politicking, I ain't kissing no babies. Devil on my doorstep being so shady. Don't trip. We don't gotta let him in. Don't trip. Yeah. I let it go, but I never go with it. Yeah.
See, even when I'm standing here moderating, the shit's still. Come on, get the fuck out of
The New Yorker
here.
Radio Hour is
I
good
didn't
to
touch
helping
anything yet,
businesses hire.
dumbass.
When managers
Does your
upgrade their
computer
job posts,
respond
they
to being
instantly get a list
berated?
of candidates whose resumes
Yeah, neither does
and
mine.
match
There's a
their
bunch
job
of pedophiles
criteria.
working with the
More at
DIA, apparently, in
Indeed.com/credit.
Guantanamo or some shit.
And by Progressive Insurance.
And if
Offering snapshot.
if I'm not dead on correct, anybody that understood what I was talking about would say, yeah, it's got to be something like that. It's a pedophile with access to the exact same IP address every time, but it's 2 dozen pedophiles or more. They're in a highly controlled environment. They're only allowed out at night and weekends. No connection to the over-the-table government, the 9-to-5 government. Where would that be? It's got to be the DIA in Guantanamo. That's right. What happens to naval officers that get caught with kiddie porn or having sex with underage kids in Thailand? What happens to them? Oh, yeah, okay. So, don't like what I'm saying? Get the fuck off my network address. You're talking to me. I'm telling you to fuck off. You're breaking into defense. You're breaking into Defense Department property. Why wouldn't I give the Toronto Police ICE Squad permission to check this router for IP? Here's some jazz to distract you.
Antenna located on the UNCTV tower near Chapel Hill. The station serves
CBC Radio 1. It doesn't work.
Here is the latest weather synopsis. Weak high pressure will remain over the southeast.
CRI, save us. No, they won't.
And if you're not afforded that little break for your brain to stop and sort of recalibrate itself,
It sort of make Chinese women look stupid again. Please repeat more myths.
Because, for example, for me,
for example, how light is bad for you, and dark is bad for you, and reading is bad for you, and listening to old communist Chinamen is good for you. Because every girl that listened didn't get killed, right? Right? Oh, that's not true. You killed them indiscriminately as newborns.
Hours they work in a day. It's not that long. They work amongst the 35 hours a week, and they make sure that when you work, you're doing work. So for me, at the end of the day, we need to redefine.
Do you know what the actual work week is for most people? No, you don't, because you work for a government.
Everybody's at the office. That means we are all working
for a government.
Obviously,
enterprise. It's not even the government. It's a government-owned enterprise. And its whole job is to speak to the outside world.
And the next one on our list is Wang Yiyun.
There you go.
Wang Yiyun.
Oh, Yun.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Wang. This is like...
I feel like this should be your favorite. Because, yes, because the word itself is playing with the pronunciation. Wang Yiyun, technically speaking, is just the NetEase music app.
Okay.
Wang Yi is NetEase. Yun is cloud. So Wang Yiyun, if you only listen to the pronunciation of it,
on the outside of my door.
Yiyun, you would think of the app you have on your phone is a music streaming app. And Wang Yi is the brand, NetEase, and Yun is Yun Ting Ma. It's like you're listening to music on the cloud.
Okay.
So it's the surface of it. But here it is using a different picture. That sharing the
Notice
same
how I mentioned for 1 week about how they've been hauling the same garbage can in and out of this apartment twice a day for 2 months. 1 week of me mentioning that here, and they don't do it no more. There's no one in and out of either of these apartments anymore.
Depressed. And can you guess what is 抑郁症?
So the mouse came into my house. That's because there's no food in either of these two houses, because there's no one in there.
In order to understand this word, I'd like to say 1 or 2 sentences about the music streaming service, 网易云. Its most significant character is that it allows users to comment on the songs, music, and it allows them to come up with their own playlist and share it with others. And have, again, comment and description around the list they played. I think it's because of the target audience. After a while, you can see a lot of, a little bit depressing kind of playlist and really not positive, yes, I'm saying negative comment under each and every song, some of the songs. And by saying negative, I don't mean they're trash talking about the songs. I mean they're talking about some very sad truth about life.
Yeah, and it's a soundtrack to how they're feeling. If they're not feeling so good, they feel like they just broke up with their boyfriend and their life is about to end. They find the song to match that exact sentiment, and they play, and they're just like, "Oh, this is."
Basically, because this culture, this
So these people doing it like this.
strategy, this model has been here for a while, and it is time that we
Yeah, well, everything that gets in your eyes is still getting in your body.
strategy of whether or not
That's a
it is
cardboard
healthy
door.
for the industry. And then on the part of the regulators, I know that
Is this round table?
maybe in their perspective, to nurture and not to
I'll leave it on
intervene
mine.
with the work of the tech companies as being their goal or their guideline for the past couple of decades. Because if you want something to develop, to want something to expand and grow, you want to make sure that they have little regulation, as little obstacles as possible. But now we reached a point where we might want to value fairness over efficiency. And this is why this year, or the end of 2020, to be more specific, we've seen many policy changes. There's been fines being imposed on certain tech giants for the misbehaviors implicated in monopoly practices. And so many more examples in this sense. I think this is a very strong signal that the whole nation, the people and all the regulators as well, they are looking and they are reflecting on the strategy of also the common practice in the tech industry. And I'm just interested to see how this story with Pinduoduo is going to pan out in the recent future.
I think you make some really good points here, Lemming. I just like to follow up on a couple of them. One thing is, if we look at the trajectory of growth for tech giants in Silicon Valley, as well as in Zhongguan here in China as well, I think they're experiencing the pains of expansion. That is, well, we kind of all more or less have that picture in our minds of a couple of bright-minded people, usually quite young, in hoodies, if not middle-aged, fine, if you've left a bigger company or whatnot, have a brilliant idea, manage to find venture capitalists to invest in their brilliant idea, and they grow a company. A lot of them actually just die of these companies in a matter of a few months or a year or so. But let's talk about the successful ones. They managed to survive. And originally, maybe you have 6 people or just a group of very small circle of people. They're the core founders. They'll get the most shares once this company goes public. We all know that. But as it grows into like 50 people, maybe it can manage some level of efficiency. But once it grows bigger than that, 1,000, a few thousand. And like Pinduoduo, this company grew into this size in a matter of 5 years. This is incredible to me. And I remember reading this anecdote of a previous employee saying that they built these glass meeting rooms just so that people can have meetings, right? But the minute after these little like fish bubble rooms have been set up, they had to be taken down because the company grew 5 times the size again. So when you have companies that are growing like that, I doubt the management knows what they're doing. And how to manage is not a great word here, but how do you make this company efficient? How do you keep your people happy? Should that be even on the priority list for these management level people or the owners of the company? I think there's a lot to be discussed here. And actually, with the situation here in China, we do have labor laws. Under China's labor law, the standard work week is 40 hours, 8 hours per day, 5 days a week. Well, there are 3 ways to define overtime. That came up a lot today. The limit is 36 such hours per month, apart from certain emergency situations. And even voluntary working more than this threshold is a violation of the law, apparently. So with these big companies, they're publicly listed. If any regulation were to show some teeth, I think it's a good place to start, right? For bigger companies, they're able to hire more lawyers as well, but also to beef up their their efforts to comply with the law. And if this becomes more of a trend, possibly this can change this culture. And if it's intoxicating, if it's a toxic work culture, then it's certainly not good for anyone. So we're at the crossroads here to see some change.
And I'm also glad that we've been having this conversation about young people these days know what they want out of life. They just don't want, like previous generations, to just walk life to be walk. And the more they become the driving force for the economy, the more they're bound to, in the future, laws are bound to change to give people that flexibility to help them, to give them that work-life balance a lot of people are looking for. It's not really bad to work hard. It's not really bad to work long hours, but at what point does it become very toxic and dangerous to people?
Yes, very good question, and a bit of soul searching for everyone, I guess. You're listening to Roundtable. Coming up next, let's have a moment of heart to heart.
You ask.
We answer.
Roundtable, heart to heart.
This week we have Lisa sending in a question.
Hello, Huangshan Heyang. Thanks for your podcast. It has been accompanying me for a couple of months. Today, I have a question for you. As we all know, love is an eternal topic for human world. So I want to hear your guys' love story, especially when did you meet your life partner? I mean, in high school, in college, or after work? Because I saw a psychologist in TED Talk. He says the later you get married, the lower the divorce rate. Is that true? And I mean, what's the appropriate time to find a partner? Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa, for your question. And somebody's got a little personal here. Don't have a life partner right now, still looking. And but to address the question that she asked, so what do you guys think about when's the ideal time to find love that lasts, maybe?
I think the perfect time to find love is when you are not absolutely looking. When you are at a stage where you're really desperate to find somebody, to meet somebody, to be in love, you feel lonely. That's the point. You should stop and question the reasons why you're doing this. But sometimes it's when you're really busy enjoying life and building your career, doing the things that make you as a person happy, when you're doing the things that show you really love yourself, that's when you'll meet somebody, because you put yourself in a happier situation where you're bound to meet an equally happy individual. Unfortunately, we don't know when that is. It's just up to you to decide, what are you working on? When you realize you're feeling desperate about meeting somebody, that's when you should actually stop and think why, because you're bound to make mistakes because you're in a hurry of sorts.
I think you should really change your perspective. When you talk about marriage, the first thing that comes to your mind is something that should last. And I think one can do a lot of harm if they try to keep something that's supposed to end alive for a long due period of time. And it's really morbid, really. If there's no more love between two individuals, then there's no point keeping that marriage alive. So you should stop thinking about looking for a marriage that will last, but instead make sure that you can enjoy yourself, and the other side, your life partner can enjoy themselves while you are in a relationship while it lasts. Because really, you can do a lot of harm. Believe me, I've seen so many examples in my parents' generation.
And I've heard from friends who are married that love between a man and woman expands to something so much more complicated if this marriage were to last. It's almost like you are friends, you are companions to each other, and you're also fighting in this life together for a better future together. So there's just... I don't know what it is, but I think love evolves into something more mature or complex, I suppose. And now I have the benefit of hindsight, being someone who's older than a teenager. I think I actually start younger, maybe high school or college. We'll see you next time. How are you? What's on your mind? Let's have a heart-to-heart on Roundtable. Ask us anything. will help you answer it. Send a voice memo to EZFM Roundtable at foxmail.com. We'll play your question on Roundtable, then talk through it on the live show. Take care. We can't wait for Heart to Heart with you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Roundtable, coming to you live from Beijing.
Roundtable.
Roundtable. Connecting China and the world.
We bring you fun and timely discussions about what's affecting our lives everywhere, every day. Tune in to Roundtable, where the East meets the West, and understanding is...
You're listening to China Plus Radio, connecting you with China and the world.
Now the news. I'm Zhou Fang. China will continue suspending regular passenger flights to and from the United Kingdom to cope with the possible impact of the variant of the coronavirus found in the UK. The civil aviation regulator says the renewed suspension will take effect from Monday. It requires domestic and foreign airlines to coordinate services regarding ticket refunds and flight changes for affected passengers. Health authorities say the patient zero of this round of COVID-19 outbreak in North China's Hebei province may have been infected before December 15th last year. The Provincial Center for Disease Prevention and Control says the conclusion is based on preliminary results of epidemiological investigations. After conducting gene sequencing on the positive samples, the center found that the virus strain is from Europe, but is different from the variants recently discovered in Britain or South Africa. It says the work to trace the zero patient is still underway. Hebei province reported 46 new locally transmitted confirmed COVID-19 cases and 13 asymptomatic cases on Saturday. Among the confirmed cases, 44 were reported in Shijiazhuang and the other 2 in Xintai. 29 of the cases were previously asymptomatic carriers. Indonesian authorities say they have located the black boxes of the Sriwijaya airjet that crashed into the sea soon after taking off from the capital, Jakarta. The Boeing 737-500 with 62 passengers and crew was headed to Pontianak in West Kalimantan on Saturday before it disappeared from radar screens 4 minutes after takeoff. Head of Indonesia's Transport Safety Agency says the locations of the 2 black boxes have been identified, but the official did not give an estimated time frame on when they can be retrieved. The cockpit voice and flight data recorders could be crucial to understanding what happened to the aircraft. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has held talks with his Seychelles counterpart, Sylvester Radegonde. The meeting came as part of Wang's official visit to Seychelles. The Chinese foreign minister said the 2 countries have a long tradition of friendship, and their bilateral relationship is a model of equal treatment and mutual benefit between large and small countries. Wang noted China will also continue to uphold justice for Seychelles on the international and regional stage, and support Seychelles in safeguarding national sovereignty, security, and development rights and interests. A Chinese soldier who got lost along the China-India border region has been found by the Indian side. The People's Liberation Army Daily said in a statement on Saturday that the Indian side promised to return the soldier to the Chinese border patrol. The statement said the soldier got lost along the border in the early hours of Friday morning due to darkness and the complex terrain. The Chinese border patrol reached the Indian side immediately after the incident. The Indian side confirmed the soldier was found after 2-hour search and rescue efforts. The statement also urges India to play a constructive role in easing tensions in the border areas and to jointly defend peace and stability in the region. China has issued a white paper on the country's international development cooperation. The white paper, titled China's International Development Cooperation in the New Era, was released by the State Council Information Office. Consisting of 8 chapters, a preface and a conclusion, the white paper expounds on China's views on international development cooperation in the new era, the actions it has taken, and its plans for the future. Japan's health ministry says 4 passengers who arrived at Tokyo's Haneda Airport from Brazil earlier this month have been found to be infected with the new variant of COVID-19. The ministry says the 4 people arrived at Haneda Airport on January 2nd from Amazonas, Brazil. They tested positive after the airport quarantine. Britain has given around 2 million people a COVID-19 vaccination. Health Secretary Matt Hancock says 200,000 people are being vaccinated every day. Britain has reported more than 3 million coronavirus cases with over 80,000 deaths. And that's the news. I'm Zhou Fang.
Some say Chinese is one of the most difficult languages in the world, and learning it is almost impossible.
So learning Chinese, the most difficult thing.
非常非常非常非常非常难. So I'm sort of tone deaf. I can't really hear them.
I think the cultural mindset is the biggest complication for grammar.
It's just complicated so much. Only because you're not learning it in the right way. Why not try Takeaway Chinese, where you can take some Chinese away and experience progress day by day. Takeaway Chinese, we will promise you a difference.
你好，欢迎收听随行汉语 Welcome to Takeaway Chinese. I'm Niu Honglin with Tony here in the studio. Hi, Tony.
Hey, Niu.
Very happy to have you here in the studio.
It's always nice to be here. It's always nice to learn a little bit more Chinese from my favorite teacher.
Oh, thank you so very much. I think for this episode, something fun is going to happen because this is not our usual, structure with a conversation in the beginning. We talk about the expressions, words, and grammar in the conversation and break it down word by word and, learn the everyday Chinese, which is very useful but can be not as fun as today's episode.
Yes, I'm looking at the roster here and it looks a little bit different.
It is quite different because today and for the following episode, we are going to talk about the 2020 buzzwords in China in these 2 episodes.
Of course we are.
I think buzzwords are something very important and interesting in a language. Every year, different institutions, including dictionaries and different committees, would roll out their word of the year or words of the year.
Over the years. Seems like every year there's all kinds of crazy words coming out.
Yeah, and in different languages there are different types of quote-unquote craziness, fun words.
All related to the culture specifically.
Yes, and to not only the culture but also the phenomenon in that society, and also some funny incident that suddenly, with no clue whatsoever, went viral on the internet most of the times.
Viral, that's an ironic word these days.
Yeah, but they can be fun and they can use them in different ways. And the word upon creation means something can go into a different direction while it's being used by people. It can evolve itself as well. So I think it's a fun thing to summarize and talk about these buzzwords in a language. And I would also hope that for our dear listeners, if you want to understand these slangs and funny expressions on the Chinese internet, or maybe you have Chinese friends who talk to each other and they use these almost jargons you don't understand at all, or you think you do, but actually you don't.
It's the evolution of the language.
Yes, and also it shows that you're pop, you're young, you are in it instead of, out there already. You're hip. And yes, So that would be the purpose of these 2 episodes, and I certainly hope you guys can enjoy it. And for our dear listeners, if you're interested in Chinese culture, especially pop culture, and you want to get to grips with the Chinese language, here is the show for you. Stick with us and you soon see the real words. Now, let's provide you with some free Chinese for takeaway. So in the first episode, the first word I'd like to introduce is 逆行者.
逆行者.
So do you know what is 逆?
Well, 逆 is you, right?
你 is you. And here, you know, Tony, you really have to start learning the characters instead of the pinyin because, you know, your Chinese level is
stagnant.
No, I want to say is growing and growing to the point that you meet a lot of words that you actually already know or will know, sharing the same pronunciation.
Yes.
Which is why pinyin would be not enough. You have to know the characters to know the difference in characters and in different words. So
you're right.
It is because it is leveling up. You know, different level, different
You're so
requirements.
positive, and that's why I love you as a teacher.
And 逆 here is actually a character. It means reverse.
Reverse, okay.
Yeah. So, for example, 逆流而上 would be, for example, if you're riding a kayak, which is a little boat, isn't it?
Yeah, a longer one. Yes.
Little boat. So when you're riding the boat, the easier thing would be flow along with the river. That would be 顺流. 顺着. 顺 is the same direction basically.
Okay.
So we say 顺流而下. It's the word they use to say that the little boat is floating in the river with the same direction of the water in the river. 顺流而下. 流 is 水流, stream. 儿 is a word with no actual meaning, but you put in the sentence to kind of signal or a structural kind of word. And 下 is down. So if you're flowing down with the water, that'll be 顺流而下. 顺 carries the meaning of alongside together. And 逆 we know is opposite direction. So 逆流而上 would be against the stream. And the keyword or the buzzword here is actually 逆行者. So can you guess what? Well, we know 逆行 is go against,
right.
Or let's say go a reverse direction, opposite direction. So 逆行者, can you guess what it means?
者.
者
This is the word.
Someone.
Someone. Oh, so this is someone who's always going against the grain.
Can you guess what it means?
Someone who's always, I guess, everyone is going in one direction and they're kind of like a rebel. They always go against what everyone else is doing.
That's not bad, but it's not, let's say, exactly what it means in this context. So this phrase has been around for a while. Previously, it refers to heroes like firefighters or police officers who run against the majority of people because people like you and me, we run away from danger. It is the right thing to do. And also I would say it's a way to practice social responsibility because if you are in a danger, it requires others to save you. We cannot really save people, do not have that ability. Anyway, it's the responsible thing to do.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so for the majority of people, they run away from danger. But for these people, for these police officers, for firefighters, they run towards danger because they want to save people. They want to stop the fire. They want to catch the bad guys. So they are 逆行者, the people who run against the so-called right direction or the major direction. 逆行者.
Could we also say 逆行人?
逆行人, from the meaning of it, it's right. But again, 逆行者 has already become a set term.
It's already the slang. You can't change it.
Kind of like a slang already. And it got viral or it got popular this year because of COVID-19 pandemic. This pandemic has been a danger for a lot of people, and most people would stay at home, practice social distancing. But there are people in China and around the world, for example, the medical workers, they need to go into the hospital instead of away from it, and into the crowds to save people. There are also, for example, postmen, delivery guys who are sending the necessities into the hospitals to save people. And of course, there are social workers going doorstep by doorstep into people's house and sending food to them so that they can practice quarantine. So these
and then
are
you
all
got the crazy
nice
people
jobs.
who just want to have a good time and they don't care about the pandemic at all.
And even though they are also running the opposite direction, we don't call them 逆行者. We call them crazy people.
Okay.
Yes. So the first word is actually 逆行者.
逆行者.
Yeah, I think it's a positive and sweet word. And even though I applaud all these heroes from the bottom of my heart, I do hope that we can live in a world and day and age where we require less and less or fewer and fewer of these 逆行者, because that means that they can also go to the same direction as we do and get away from
the jaws of death.
Exactly. So first word, 逆行者, 逆行者. The second one is a funny one, 后浪.
Hold on.
Uh-huh.
This is, I think this is like the next, something that's coming up next, right?
It's a little bit like that, yes. So 后 would be latter or behind. We have 后面.
后面.
Someone behind someplace or just behind. And do you know how to say front?
No.
It shares the same pronunciation with money.
Oh, really? 钱?
钱. That's how you remember it. You can remember it. 钱 and front shares the same pronunciation. 钱. So 前面 would be in front. So 他在我前面, he's in front of me. 我在他后面, I'm behind him. So 前后. So you can imagine 前浪 would be a previous wave. 后浪, next wave, or a wave after it, right? 前后嘛, 前后. And actually, there has been a Chinese sentence that has been around for quite a while. I think it's a verse from a traditional Chinese poem. And it is said, 长江后浪推前浪. So we know Changjiang is the Yangtze River, and 推 is push. So you can imagine, you're standing right next to the Yangtze River.
You're pushing it along?
No, you're standing next to Changjiang.
Making waves?
You're looking at the waves. And you can see the first wave disappear when the second wave comes up. So the previous waves would, let's say, stop being very active when the next wave comes here. And it looks like the next wave is pushing the first wave or the previous wave into its extinction.
Okay.
And that is a sentence carrying the meaning that the next generation would always surpass the previous generations.
Always surpass.
It's more like
I forget about the other generations. Is that what it is?
A little bit like that, but
you guys from the previous generation don't matter anymore. It's all about the new guys.
Yeah, I don't know if you've heard the saying, 世界是我们的，也是你们的，但最终是你们的. So the world is
too long
ours.
for me to remember.
I know. But it's not that hard. It's saying 世界是我们的，世界 the world, 是 is 我们的 ours, 也是你们的 also yours. 但最终是你们的, but eventually it will be yours. So it's the previous generation talking to the younger generation, encouraging them, letting them know that you should try harder and you should improve yourselves, because in the end, or at least you would have the world next to us, after us, and you should, take the responsibility, be a better person, something like that.
That's if we don't mess it up first, right?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. That's
those
important.
old people,
Those old people.
And that is why we say
everything
后浪
off.
is the next wave. But the reason that 后浪 has become a word or a viral word again It's not because of these, not ancient, but kind of old saying, 长江后浪推前浪. It was because of a speech made by an actor on Chinese internet, and he referred to the youth as 后浪, as the next wave.
Adolf
He was
Hitler shaved his mustache to look like Charlie
positive,
Chaplin. So.
and saying you're very lucky to be able to live in this era.
One
to
small step for
appreciate so
man,
much,
which is a
to be
synonym
so
for
good.
mankind.
But you know what's
Oh, there
ironic?
was a static break in
Say
there.
that-
That's what. No,
no,
there
no,
wasn't.
No, no, don't refer to me as the next wave. Don't put so much pressure on me.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
I
hit this
know.
early.
I'm curious. When you were a
One more
kid,
attempt to
were you the
find us
kind of
some
kid
ganji.
who's always positive and bright and shiny, getting ready for everything, or were you a little bit sarcastic, a little bit saying, no, don't put that burden on me. I just want to live my simple, easy life.
When I was a kid, I didn't think about any of that. None of that. I wasn't optimistic. I wasn't, negative. I just was in my own world. I didn't think about the future, and there was no pressure or anything like that. I think nowadays it seems like there is this burden on the youth or the millennial generation.
Yeah.
That's what we keep hearing about, and it seems like they have a lot of expectations from their predecessors.
Yes.
But for me, I didn't think about it that at all. I just wanted to enjoy my life. So I guess maybe I fall into that category. I just enjoy my life, play my video games when I had time, and work on my sketches and just live life in my own right.
Yeah, I think a lot of young people in China are also carrying that same sentiment. They're saying, don't praise us when the purpose of your praising is just for us to, do more. We don't need that.
Try to turn this thing around.
We are trying to kind of like, live our own life and don't define us. Don't try to pretend that you understand us. Probably you don't. So yeah, 后浪, this word started to be something that is a little bit ironic, and you say it in a sarcastic kind of way.
Okay.
后浪. And the next one on our list is 网易云. 网易云.
Oh, yun.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Wang. This is like.
I feel like this should be your favorite because because the word itself is playing with the pronunciation. 网易云, technically speaking, is just the NetEase music app.
Okay.
网易 is NetEase, Yun is cloud. So 网易云, if you only listen to the pronunciation of it, 网易云, you would think of the app you have on your phone is a music streaming app, and 网易 is the brand, NetEase, and Yun is 云听嘛. It's like you're listening to music on the cloud.
Okay.
So it's the surface of it. But here it is using a different character, sharing the same pronunciation as yi. It's 抑郁的抑, 抑郁, depressed. 抑郁.
So listening to depressing music on the cloud.
It's really close. So 抑郁 would be depressed. And can you guess what is 抑郁症?
抑郁症.
Yes,
I
抑
think
郁
that's
症.
depression, isn't it?
Yes, depression. In order to understand this word, I'd like to say one or two sentences about the music streaming service, 网易云. Its most significant character is that it allows users to comment on the songs, music, and it allows them to come up with their own playlist and share it with others.
I think we've heard
and
this several
have,
times.
again, comment and description around the list they played. I think it's because of the target audience. After a while, you can see a lot of, a little bit depressing kind of playlist, and
Let's
really.
speak to us of Danish cartoons where they expose children to giant penises, and this is a good thing.
If I don't mean they're trash talking about the songs, I mean they're talking about
Are they both
some
the
very.
same? Hold on. What did I just do?
Qing and anointed Nanking as China's capital, which it officially became in 1928. By
Well, that's 20 years,
1937, the year of the rape, the old Nanking, the Nanking of the Qing dynasty, was competing with the new Nanking of the nationalists. Vestiges of the old China remained in the streets of the capital, the restaurant vendors balancing tiny rice bowls and teapots on baskets from poles, the hand weavers hunching over looms of silk in open-air factories, the noodle shop workers stretching pasta by hand, the tinsmiths jangling their tin wares through the streets, the cobblers mending shoes before the doors of their customers, the candy made before the eyes of eager children clutching copper coins with square holes in the middle, the men with squeaking wheelbarrows piled so high with reeds that one could see neither the wheelbarrow nor the man. Yet the new was everywhere. In the asphalt roads that gradually replaced dirt and cobblestone paths, in the electric and neon lamps that replaced the last of the flickering gaslight, candle, and oil lamps, in the water that flowed through taps instead of being sold on the streets by the casketful, honking buses and automobiles filled with military officials, bureaucrats, and foreign diplomats wove their way past rickshaw pullers, mule carts laden with vegetables, and ambling crowds of pedestrians and animals, dogs, cats, horses, donkeys, even the occasional water buffalo or camel. But part of the old seemed as if it would never change. Encircling the city was an ancient, immense stone wall built during the Ming Dynasty, a wall that one missionary called one of the greatest wonders of the world. Surely, he proclaimed, if one were permitted to drive on top of it, that person would see one of the most spectacular views in China. From atop the wall at the southern tip of the city, one could see beyond crenellated grey battlements, the dust-grey brick of the working-class districts, the red and blue tile roofs of some of the more affluent homes, then peering northward, some of the taller modern buildings of the government district, the ministries and embassies built in Western-style architecture. Gazing toward the northeast, one might detect the glistening white Sun Yat-sen mausoleum against the darker sweep of purple mountain and dots of country villas owned by the wealthiest and most powerful citizens of Nanking. Then, looking to the northwest, one might catch glimpses of the industrial activity on the waterfront, the fingers of smoke from the factories, the inky smudge of the coal port, the steamships and gunboats near the dock, the tracks of the North China Railway and the Shanghai-Nanking Railway slashing across the city and horizon to intersect at the station in Shaquan, the northern suburb. Along the horizon, one might see the giant, crawling, khaki-colored waters of the Yangtze River curving west and north beyond the walls of Nanking. In the summer of 1937, all these lustrous, cacophonous parts of Nanking lay under a blanket of somnolence. The air, soggy with humidity, had long earned the capital its title as one of the three furnaces of China. The heat, mingled with the pungent odor of the night soil of nearby fields, drove many of the rich out of the city during the worst of the summer heat to seaside resorts. For those who remained, summer was a time of frequent naps, of lazy swishes of reed or bamboo fans, of houses draped with bamboo matting to shade them from the sun. In the evenings, neighbors fled from the ovens of their homes by pulling lawn chairs into the streets to gossip the night away, and then to sleep in the open air. Few could predict that within months war would march by their very doorsteps, leaving their homes in flames and their streets drenched with blood.
China Radio International presents A Light on Literature, a journey through the great works of fiction, poetry, history, and biography that define China's unique cultural gift to the world.
Why there's beer cans all over the lot.
On August 15, Chiang Xiaosong, an instructor of psychology at Jinling College, had just lain back in bed for a nap when she heard the shriek of a siren. Are they giving us an air raid practice? She thought. Why didn't I see an announcement in the morning papers?
What? Because it's a real
When
air raid,
fighting had
stupid.
broken out between Chinese and Japanese forces in Shanghai earlier that month,
Toronto still has air raid
sirens.
sirens. I know where they're installed. They run off 318 Mopar V8s. Imagine that.
Chinese officials not only held practice air raid drills in the city, but ordered residents to camouflage their houses and create bomb shelters. Across Nanking, men painted black the red rooftops and white walls of their houses, or dug holes in the ground to hide in.
They red and white?
It was
That's
as if
more
the
racial
city were
bias.
preparing for a funeral on a large scale, remembers Chung eerily. So on August 15, when she heard a second signal, Chung took notice.
So some people
But her
believe they
friends in
come
the
from
house
Earth,
convinced
literally,
her that
the
it was just
terracotta,
another practice,
and that's why they use
and so
red or
she
brown
again
rays.
went back to bed, until she heard a dull rumbling sound like that of a cannon. Oh, it is thunder, one friend said, and went back to reading her novel. Chung returned to bed, ashamed of being overly excited, until she heard the unmistakable sounds of machine gun fire and airplanes overhead. Nanking was experiencing its first aerial bombardment in history.
And that was episode 7 of The Rate of Nanking, written by Iris Chen, narrated by Ian Reid, and brought to you on China Radio International. Join us next time in
Times are ahead in the fight against COVID-19. Reminding Ontarians in a video today, we all need to stick together. The federal government considering adding a right-wing group to
www.crienglish.com and click the link for Alert on Literature.
While the NFL playoff triple header continues. Sports at
20,
45.
and the relative humidity 29%.
seem to be embracing the world of fintech, but the question is
So either
that
be
because of the
Beijing
pandemic,
Hour or World
would it
Today
have happened anyway?
in 30 minutes.
Good city,
Both
it's
of
done
the hours.
5:31. Time for traffic and weather. Together on the line, here's Carlin Donahue.
It is a really easygoing afternoon on the major routes right now, or early evening. If you're heading out, you're not going to run into any problems on our major highways in the GTA. And our city streets are looking pretty much up to speed as well. So if you're driving past something and I should know about it, give me a call at star 680. But otherwise, you're in for a great drive. Your next report's coming up at 5:41 with the forecast. Here's Jason Fraser.
Quiet also in the weather center, as we'll see cloudy skies for the rest of tonight. Nothing popping up on radar. We'll see temperatures, though, dip below the freezing mark. Right now at Pearson, it's +1. Our overnight low is -4 degrees.
680 news time, 5:32.
Watch that water mains explode.
Protesters
Queen
gathered
Street,
outside of
Jarvis
St.
Park,
George
or
Care
Jarvis
Community in Toronto this afternoon to
John
ask for
Street
action.
ahead
The
of
long-term care home is site of
There's a
Ontario's
sinkhole,
worst
Brock Street,
COVID-19
east of
outbreak
401.
yet. 680's Michelle Mackey was there.
But all the
and has
storm
more.
drains here are clear, sir. Even if the pipes explode,
That's the
it'll drain
message
out.
from dozens rallying outside of the long-term care home, including federal NDP leader Jagmeet Singh, who says for-profit LTC has been an issue since the beginning of the pandemic.
Because of for-profit long-term care, the seniors were
My
getting less
grandfather's
care.
name
They
in
were
relation
horrible
to the
conditions.
extended care
This
nursing home
for-profit home
fire.
has recorded more than 220 cases in total, 57 of which are active infections among residents and staff. 14 have
He was the
died from
chairperson of the
COVID-19,
review
but others have
committee or
died
whatever,
amidst
so
the
therefore he's
outbreak,
listed as the author.
including federal Green Party
Ontario
leader
government
Anthony Paul's father,
publications. Don't tell
who
me
died
you
of an
can't find a
infection
copy.
last spring.
If
Not
Google
because
found
of
out it
COVID, but
exists,
because of
that means you
the
got physical
perfect
copies.
storm of conditions that we had in the first wave and that we're seeing again in the second wave.
Last week, the province put the home under the temporary management of the University Health Network after the home's medical director resigned. I'm Michelle Mackey.
Another record-breaking day for the province as Ontario sees nearly 4,000 new cases of COVID-19. 680's Michelle Morton reports this comes as more vaccines are set to arrive
So
this
doctors
week.
take
There are
critical action.
3,945 new cases of the virus reported today. More than 4,200 cases were reported days ago, but that was due to a data delay at Toronto Public Health, so there were a few hundred extra cases counted. Toronto is seeing 1,186
160 new cases, 641 are in Peel, and 357 in York Region. As for vaccines, an additional 9,983 daily doses have been administered, bringing that number to 113,246 in total. More vaccines are on the way. Around 80,000 Pfizer shots are set for this week, and around 56,000 Moderna doses are set for tomorrow, according to the province's operation layout. As the province sees climbing infection rates, the new COVID modeling data, what the Premier calls a wake-up call for residents once they see the numbers, is being released Tuesday morning. I'm Michelle Morton.
Anyway.
Premier Doug Ford reminding Ontarians to join
That's a cat that belonged to 3 different people. All 3 thought it was their cat.
He released a video on Twitter today reflecting on the hardships of the past year, commending Ontarians for supporting each other during the pandemic, but warning of turbulent times ahead.
Mass vaccination won't happen till April, May, and June. But until then,
if I wanted to hear white people soft jazz, I would tune in to white people soft jazz. He's as good a nigga as anybody with black skin. He's from the Rex. He's a big fucking white boy. Big. You know why white boys get called redneck? Indentured servitude. They had shaved heads working in the fields too. Their neck get red. They don't know better or worse than us, and they don't say they are either. So when we say redneck, we're not talking about races.
In Ontario, Kira Pilak.
Yeah, I turned the message off.
Workers are expected to work with multiple new health guidelines, all while putting their own health at risk with no additional monetary compensation. But she does go on to say there have been some funding, but it's not enough.
Well, I do think he has provided some funding to, the organizations themselves. We've gotten funding for PPE, extra materials, which is excellent. I appreciate that. However,
I appreciate that.
In the dark.
She also goes on to say most of the workers are women who don't make much more than minimum wage.
Remember, I almost broke the Italian bitch's nose in front of the
Pilak is asking that in 2021 it be a provincial priority.
Thank you for not wearing that orange
public perception and wages of early childhood educators in Ontario. I'm Jas Karen Cooner. 680 News on 536. Happening now in downtown Toronto, hundreds of cars have driven to protest the demolition of a monument in Sri Lanka. The Bundibai cow monument was erected 2 years ago at the University of
cars. You should send some money back to Sri Lanka.
Was demolished by authorities recently. It honors the lives lost in the Tamil genocide during the end of the Sri Lankan Civil War over 10 years ago. Brampton Mayor Patrick Brown tweeted his support for the drivers in the rally, saying, "We will never forget the horror of the Tamil genocide and the ongoing efforts to engage in revisionist history by the Sri Lankan regime."
When did that war end?
On this developing
story. When did that war? Who won?
Canada's government is considering adding
what happened to the child soldiers? They go from being 6 years old to 16. What happened to them?
Public Safety Minister
if they admit being abused that way, if they admit even once to being abused that way, they get deported. After getting permanent residence, they still get deported. They call their Canadian citizenship fraudulent, and therefore it can be revoked. Canadian citizenship cannot be revoked unless it's been obtained fraudulently. Canadian citizenship cannot be revoked. War criminals. How are child soldiers listed in Canada as war criminals?
Not everyone in Quebec
my boys are Tamil Tigers.
The new curfew. Police in the province.
What you gonna do about it, Mr. Radio Control Mounted Police, Mr. Remote Control Mounted Police?
Demonstrators at a protest in Quebec City. While they also broke up a gathering in Montreal, there's no information just yet on if fines or penalties were issued there. Quebec Premier François Legault says the curfew is needed as the province's hospitals near a tipping point, which could see all but the most urgent treatments delayed. The rule applies to all residents with some exceptions. Essential workers, people walking their dogs, and those out for medical reasons can be out after 8 p.m. The curfew is expected to be in place until at least February 8th. I'm Enrique Amaturo. 680 News Time, 5:38. Indonesian divers have located parts of the wreckage of a Boeing 737-500 in the China Sea. It comes one day after the aircraft plunged.
We found landing gear that weighs 12,000 pounds floating in the ocean. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Recovered the black box and other wreckage from the downed Boeing 737-500.
Tell us how.
CNN's Christine Stout with the details.
Clothing and human remains have been pulled from the crash site in an area known as the Thousand Islands, an area 20 miles northwest of Jakarta.
Waiting for the chance to throw a body away.
Locating a signal from the fuselage.
Now, according to the flight's manifesto, the passenger jet was carrying 62 children.
Which one, bro?
A missing married couple held that
the one you didn't kill, the one that died
after providing a DNA sample to help with the identification process.
There were only 3 of us. Our father has passed away. Our mother has passed away. Now their children are orphans whom I have to take care of.
The question now, what
there were only 3 of
The
us.
flight was delayed some 30 minutes because it is
Our father passed away, our mother passed away. Now their children,
is leading the search and rescue effort, which is expected to continue throughout the day.
Whoever's translating that's doing it.
Still to come on 680 News, we'll take a look at gas prices. 680 News time, 5:39.
NHL Live, the stream that must be seen by hockey fans everywhere. I mean real hockey fans. Those who want to watch their favorite team when they live far away, but can't miss a single sniper cell. NHL Live has hundreds of games for the best price. Score your early bird pass now for $159.99 and live stream your team. Hey, what do you say? Because you want hockey. Visit NHLLive.com.
Now, the 680 News gas price update, and PROF predicts the price will not change at midnight. It's set to hold at $1.12.9 a liter at most GTA stations. In 60 seconds, we'll check traffic and weather together. 680 News time, 5:40.
It's right there in front of her. A hot meal. A bright spot in a tough time. And for the first time in what seems like forever, she's filled with hope. You can provide a nutritious hot meal for just $4.25 per person and ensure that everyone who comes to the Scott Mission is warmly welcomed by people who care. It's right there in front of you. The chance to fill someone with hope. Donate today at scottmission.com. That's scottmission.com.
From the little kid shooting hoops on the driveway with dad,
To elite athletes at the top of their game.
for anyone who has ever bounced, kicked, spiked, or thrown a ball,
The emptiness is palpable. But we will return to the field, the pitch, the stadium.
we'll feel the sun on our faces and team spirit in our hearts.
We'll collectively rise up and cheer. We did it.
And it will be a healthy planet again.
HealthyPlanetCanada.com.
Oh, there will be a healthy planet trademark.
Look at weather together on the ones. Here's Carly Donahue.
Une tasse de chimie. Ensuite, j'écrase des gouttes qui est assez piquante, comme 4 gousses d'ail. On va ajouter de la sauce
Please spend 2 hours talking bullshit, 10 minutes talking real shit, and make sure your government employees hack the fuck out of my IP address while you're doing it.
Je vous dirais, je t'en pousser un peu. Vous en mettez de caractère, vous mettez de côté, parce qu'on peut en ajouter à la fin. Il y a un jet de couleur, je vous explique. On continue avec 2 tasses de sirop d'érable. 4 cuillères à table de vinaigre de bouchon.
More square feet, probably, no?
De la sauce soya, la vraie, pas la légère, une demi-tasse.
About 14.
Et salée. La sauce piquante au goût. Et là, vous allez tout fouetter ça. Vous allez monter à ébullition juste pour une quinzaine de minutes. En fait, pas ébullition, mais un peu plus mijoter. Juste ça passe plus vite dans le chaudron. Et puis, 15 minutes juste pour faire texture la crème. Et là, vous allez goûter. Parce que je passe là. Là, si on aime plus l'ail, si on aime plus le salé, le jus piquant, on ajuste. Et c'est là un peu que la sauce barbecue devient la vôtre. Et puis, il devient votre base pour le reste. Et le reste, moi, en fait, côte levée, je ne partirai pas dans les grandes recettes de côte levée, mais cette sauce-là se bête sur la côte levée impeccablement. Elle est bien, elle est sucrée, elle est piquante, elle est salée. Tout ça fonctionne. Ensuite, ce que j'aime, c'est que si on a mangé les côtes levées, il en reste, on les effiloche et on les met sur le nachos. Et là, le nachos, lui, il sert un peu comme... Moi, j'aime ça, c'est un ramasse restant. Les restants de poulet, les restants de beurre, les restants de saucisses, les restants de côte levée, peuvent aller dans le nachos, parce qu'on va mettre plein d'affaires et du fromage à la fin. Et plein la sauce barbecue, elle est toute faire quand les choses un peu.
Wow.
Donc, pour moi, c'est la sauce barbecue, c'est un moment facile à se passer aujourd'hui, ça bouge pas au plus haut. Puis si là, on peut faire 15 jours avec la sauce, ça ne bougera pas.
Ah,
Donc, et j'ai trouvé un petit peu un peu.
Oh oui, ben oui, bien sûr, Louis-François Marcotte.
Parce que je parlais des ailes de poulet parce que j'ai œuvré avec la cage depuis quelques années. Et puis, les ailes de poulet.
Oh, this is useful. I can enter percent over and over and over. Why is this so goddamn
Les ailes de poulet, on les achète.
Why do you require Google Play services? I don't think you do.
On les met au four.
Percent. So I thought the calculator would at least work. I'm not so sure.
Comme un 45 minutes, puis on tourne à mi-cuisson. Ça, c'est la base des ailes de poulet dans la vie. À partir de ça, là, on peut faire n'importe quoi. Et là, rentre en jeu, quand on les aime un peu buffalo, là, c'est temps de sortir de la sauce red hot. Après 45 minutes au four, à 375, ils sont bien rôtis, ils ont perdu un peu de gras, sont commencent à être croustillantes. Là, on va ajouter là, de la sauce buffalo, je vous dis, pratiquement une tasse pour 2 douzaines d'ailes de poulet.
Ah, mais mon Dieu, là, on est un peu...
Là,
oui.
Et là, on a quelque chose. Et là, on brosse les ailes dans la sauce qui est buffalo, un peu, le red hot, et puis on va mélanger comme il faut. Et on va mettre au four une quinzaine de minutes, et toute la sauce, elle sèche et qu'elle colle sur les ailes. Donc, toujours pas plus fort que 350, 375. Et là, on va les brasser aux 5 minutes. Si quelqu'un ne fait pas assez sec, elle va nous continuer à faire. Il ne faut pas avoir peur. Les ailes de poulet, c'est assez gras en termes de peau. Et il y a là ce qui va protéger l'espèce de côté sec, donc ça ne deviendra pas sec, ça va rester assez humide. Et donc, l'aile buffalo, c'est tout simple comme ça. Puis si on les veut piquantes, on ajoute un peu de cayenne saupoudrée là-dessus, puis on va aller jouer un petit peu dans le...
Smell it with Doug Lill.
On point with Alex Pearson. Some new problems on the go on the 400 southbound off-ramp.
We are 640 Toronto.
Are you thinking about a way to make money investing in real estate, but don't want...
You changed your name 3 times in the last 5 years. Come on, 8 seconds for everything because you're at that fixed location. Oh, I know. The seat's worn out, the buttons are worn out, but you've never seen that room before. Oh, for fuck's sakes. I pressed 4 buttons. Come on, there they go. Holy fuck. I'm not going to press a goddamn thing till you stop, because I'm so, it's because I'm doing this, that. No, it's not. And we're going to go through this fucking hacking 101 education thing every fucking time you try this. He's looking at us. He's freezing. So he can see his eye is closed. And a circle over his mouth. Doesn't that sound like the North American cover of the North American
Милето Рада и Томсон. Имamo i, evo čestitamo i našoj slušateljici i članici Hrvatske zajednice ovdje u Hrvatskoj gospođi Miljani Jerković, koja je kupiti
with regards to our products or the type of questions you feel we might have. You notice how, for the last 25 years, you've been putting these frequently asked questions lists on your websites. We still contact you because your questions are useless. You want to know about our, I want to know how much government funding you get. I want to know why you lie about how you dispose of your garbage. I want to know why you're racist. Why you deny being racist.
Into one of your stores, immediately you'll be able to say, "Hi, Joel, how are you?" I don't know everything about me.
We really try and work really hard to stay relevant but not creepy, you know.
So we can trick you from shopping locally to shopping at a chain store.
There's really a lot of information we can gather, but making sense of it,
all the money goes
expressing it in a way that we can just make the experience better for the consumer is really the goal here.
So, Louis Felix, how big a staff would you guys have running in your company right now?
Oh, I don't care.
We're about 400 employees.
City of Toronto turns over a net of $10 billion a year GST that they don't get back. Net
right now. But you know, when we are fully operational, it's about 400 people.
You're not fully operational.
Having brought up the COVID situation, obviously the retail industry has felt the impact of COVID. Everybody knows that. How has Bonlook adapted? Has technology also played any part to help you guys out?
Yes, definitely. One of the ways we were able to adapt quickly, first and foremost, was leveraging our appointment platform on our website. The stores that are open right now are open by appointment.
It sends you an email, right, with all my personal information.
We were able
and
to
your webmaster
react really quickly and keep the stores open and change the way they operate by having the stores operate by appointment only. So that's one of the aspects. The second aspect is that we really believe that our platform, both our POS and our website, does offer quite a bit of value and quite a bit of flexibility. And we've started actually offering the solution to other optical retailers, just so that they can experience the same benefits that we are and be able to offer an experience both online and offline with their consumers. It's
we'll never know who you are, who you represent.
Conversation. So one that came up is you just talked about people coming into the home. You know, why didn't we just ban any visits? Is that a viable policy?
We did that and everybody fucking hit the roof.
It's not sustainable for residents, for family members.
Tenable. It is completely sustainable. It's not tenable, meaning you can't meet the demands of the people that don't give a fuck about their old people. All of a sudden they want to come in and, oh, I want to go. I'll give you an example of this. Hands down property management tells me, oh, they spray every Tuesday for bed bugs. They go from apartment to apartment to apartment. The guys spray, and then the fucking property managers go from apartment to apartment to apartment. Yeah, you're carrying them from apartment to apartment again. So whichever ones don't die immediately, find each other, and they're now resistant to the pesticides.
Inspectors, we have public health inspectors. We have other specialists and physicians from the community who are coming inside. I don't think.
But by the way, it doesn't work unless you drown them in it.
Need to come in and support the care needs of our residents, especially given that you know we do take insects.
Sees aerosol and just smoke in the air, it leaves. They don't have lungs. They don't breathe in and out.
Thanks for answering that question from a listener, and another listener just texted in. They say it's the private.
What kills insects?
Right for the private sector to make money for long-term care, is scripted and taking the money out. But what do you say about that accusation that private care homes are letting down our seniors?
Extended care nursing home.
I know that there are those who are looking for another villain in them. The villain is COVID-19, and because we represent nonprofit and municipal homes as well as our private homes, we can tell you that the number one villain
we represent those
virus. And the factors that we're dealing with, no one profits from long-term care. No one profits from care in the sector.
Yes, they do. They got shareholders.
Our larger operators.
There's people driving Beamers the last 40 years, 1980 till now.
Planning and
the money they got, they're killing off old people.
An investment of $1.3 billion to redevelop their homes.
Remember, all those old people, no life insurance policy. Too damn old.
We've been dealing with a lot of policies that have failed
the building had to have fire insurance by law.
Lack of investment.
That was the issue. Up to that date's fire codes, the building would have technically been considered legal. They didn't account for the fact you've got 500 fucking people that can't get up and leave a fire. Mitch Hedberg. He was standing in front of a fire exit. Somebody said, "You can't stand there. You're blocking the fire exit." He said, "Boo. Well, there's a fire. I'm going out to that exit. I ain't blocking nothing." Old people can't do that. So what happened that day? I haven't read the report yet. But apparently none of the staff died. He ran like pussies.
Long-term care. Can you be more clear?
How old's the average age of the PSWs today? Old enough to have been working in that house and still working today.
Yeah, the government of Ontario is really strict on how it funds long-term care and how funding can be used, and every cent for our care model has to be accounted for, and if homes don't spend it, they actually have to give it back. So our large operators have multiple business streams. They have retirement, they have home care, they have other
they have retirement
that they do, and because long-term care is so highly regulated and so highly prescriptive on how it's funded and what anybody can do at any given time, including rebuilding it, is prescribed by the government.
I get 640, but not the other one. No, I don't.
That really prevents anybody from profiting from care. So again, recognize that people.
Does this work? Oh, I see the logo here. So somebody keeps resubmitting it.
That's not true. And what we need to do is
which is not what you're paid to do.
And every resident in our long-term care.
And the radio's jammed up again.
No, it's not. Yes, it is. That they are kept safe.
CFRD News/Talk 1010.
And have the resources they need on a go-forward basis.
Nothing.
Last question. We have 1 minute left here, Adonis. So when you're speaking with the Premier, you're speaking with Health News.
Why don't I use the browser? Well, the only browser available I can find anymore is Chrome. Don't tell me about Thunderbird, Mozilla. That sucks. Firefox is garbage. Oh, they had 240 employees. I didn't know that. Well, how do you have 240 employees in a non-profit type of open source software type of environment? Yeah, because you keep fucking things up, and that's why you don't let us roll software back. So that's why I can't use it. And it's just a coincidence I found the Mail.ru app.
Immediately. We don't have to wait for inspections. We shouldn't have to wait to negotiate.
When I did, yeah, I can still see the screen. I know you find this incredible. When my eyes are angled here, I can still see the screen. I can see my hand all the way to here. See what I'm saying? You're fucking pathetic, bro. You think you're going to make me out to be the sociopathic pedophile because that's what you are. Very creative. Like every other pedophile. Do the exact same thing. You think you're special.
To the stock market, and I'm really worried about my investments. What should I do? Have you thought about going gold? When markets go down,
I'm a big understanding who talks like an American dog. I have investments.
I have no idea. Maybe it's time for me to take action and protect my wealth. Where can I find out more?
It was clear with a temperature of 81. He generous. It was clear with a temperature of 43.
Plan for a convenient period of time afterwards, and all it takes is for you to use your own phone and click through a few questions to get to that approval. So I think a lot of the core of what's driving financial technology adoption is just that it's convenient.
That's not what you guys are confusing fintech. Fintech is hexagon, which HSBC is
Michael Garrity is the CEO and founder of Financing.
Your
And at
apps
the
on
Business
smartphones
Center,
are
I'm
fintech.
Chris
They're
McCusker.
stripped down browsers, and somehow,
JackpotCity.net. You can
even
do
though a
amazing
browser
things
only
with
takes
just
up like
one
10
casino chip.
megabytes, your
Discover a
fucking
world of
app takes
incredible
up
casino
1500.
games with over 500
Lose access to
high-quality
everything on
online
my
slot
phone.
games, including the world-renowned
But somehow it's more secure. It's not.
Play for free
It
at
means if you lose control of
JackpotCity.net
your
and get treated as a
software,
VIP
the hackers get
24/7.
everything.
So visit JackpotCity.net today on your tablet, laptop, or mobile. Jackpot
TD's
City,
genius
a
way of trying to
world
force me
casino
to.
games.
TD and ING both did this similar thing. TD tells you have to create 5 questions or whatever. Questions and answers to log in every fucking time. Okay, I never set that up. One day I go to log in and ask me a question. It's like, I never set this up.
The New Year, New You event is
Right.
on now. Get great deals on all your
What ING do? Let me change my PIN number at a machine and then tell me that neither my new PIN nor the original PIN work. They have to mail me a new card every time. Oh, it's free. Yeah, the bank doesn't pay for it, so I don't pay for it. But it's my land, so I don't pay for this stack of PVC cards I've had over my
New Year,
lifetime.
healthy you. Walmart knows wellness. If you need any advice on healthy choices this year, just ask your Walmart
And that's
pharmacist.
why
This
ING
message
Group
is brought to you
sold the
by
fucking
Pharma
bank
Science.
because they have to employ Canadians who do things how they
In Brandon,
want.
overcast and
It's
-1.
untenable.
In Caledon,
It's
overcast and
sustainable, but it's
-2.
untenable.
In Kitchener, overcast and
You are no
-2.
longer a
And in
bank
Mississauga, overcast
data
and 0
collection
degrees.
service.
Right now in downtown Toronto, 2 degrees with a partly cloudy sky, feeling more like -2. And 680 News is CFTR AM Toronto. The News Watch never stops. 680 News time, 6 o'clock.
For fuck's sakes, what the fuck are you fucking doing? You are the most pathetic fucking child molesters in the world. Everything has to be about you. That kid came on to me. Right.
January the 10th, Madison Fitzpatrick and Christy Ritchie. Here's his breaking news in Politicians are calling on the province to do more at St. George Care Community, site of Ontario's worst long-term care home outbreak. As more vaccines are set to land on Ontario's soil this week, the province continues to see it
Set to land on Ontario's soil.
According to Ontario's Premier Doug Ford releases a video on Twitter saying the next few months of the COVID-19 pandemic will be turbulent. And hundreds of cars gathered in Scotland to protest the destruction of a memorial in Sri Lanka that was built to honor those lost in the Tamil genocide.
In the demo. Genocide. You can say the word genocide normal.
China will continue suspending regular passenger flights to and from the United Kingdom to cope with the possible impact of the variant of the coronavirus found in the UK. The Civil Aviation Regulator says the renewed suspension will take effect from Monday. It requires domestic and foreign airlines to coordinate services regarding ticket refunds and flight changes for affected passengers.
About niggers again.
Health authorities say the patient 0 of this round of COVID-19 outbreak in North China's Hebei province may have been infected before December 15th last year. The Provincial Center for Disease Prevention and Control says the conclusion is based on preliminary results of epidemiological investigations. After conducting gene sequencing on the positive samples, the center found that the virus strain is from Europe, but is different from the variants recently discovered in Britain or South Africa. It says the work to trace the 0 patient is still underway. Hebei province reported 46 new locally transmitted confirmed COVID-19 cases and 13 asymptomatic cases on Saturday. Among the confirmed cases, 44 were reported in Shijiazhuang and the other 2 in Xintai. 29 of the cases were previously asymptomatic carriers. Indonesian authorities say they have located the black boxes of the Sriwijaya Airjet that crashed into the sea soon after taking off from the capital, Jakarta. The Boeing 737-500 with 62 passengers and crew was headed to Pontianak in West Kalimantan on Saturday before it disappeared from radar screens 4 minutes after takeoff. Head of Indonesia's Transport Safety Agency says the locations of the 2 black boxes have been identified, but the official did not give an estimated time frame on when they can be retrieved. The cockpit voice and
Remember, he was on
flight
charges
data
of child
recorders could be
molestation or
crucial to
statutory rape or
understanding
something.
what happened to
And
the
then,
aircraft.
not the two names I mentioned, the third guy.
Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has held
Don't get it
talks with
twisted.
his
I'm not mentioning his
Seychelles
name, so you can't get
counterpart
mad. Plus, he's
Sylvester
dead according to you, so he
Rutherford.
doesn't have
The
privacy
meeting
rights in this
came as
country.
part of Wang's official visit to Seychelles.
Within
The
fucking 2
Chinese Foreign
days, somebody's
Minister
on there
said the two
saying he's not
countries
dead.
have
I
a
saw
long
him in
tradition of
Supermax last
friendship,
week just
and
before I
their
got out.
bilateral relationship is a model of equal treatment and mutual benefit between large and small countries.
You think the guy's
Wang
confused with who
noted
we're
China
talking
will
about? I
also
don't think
continue
so.
to uphold justice for Seychelles on the international and regional stage and support Seychelles in safeguarding national sovereignty, security, and development rights and interests. A Chinese soldier who got lost along the China-India border region has been found by the Indian side. The People's Liberation Army Daily said in a statement on Saturday that the Indian side promised to return the soldier to the Chinese border patrol. The statement said the soldier got lost along the border in the early hours of Friday due to darkness and the complex terrain. The Chinese border patrol, which the Indian side immediately after the incident.
This is where you that's when you return the pawn and it becomes a king or whatever.
2-hour search and rescue efforts. The statement
Life is
also
about
urges
dominoes
India
and
to play a
dice,
constructive
checkers,
role in
not
ease
chess.
intentions in
This
the
game
border
has an infinite
areas
number of
and to jointly
possibilities.
defend peace and stability in
And
the
chess
region.
has a limited number.
China has
You're
issued
not a
a white
genius because
paper
you
on
play
the country's
chess. In
international
fact, being good at
development
chess proves
cooperation.
you're fucking
The white
retarded
paper
or autistic
titled
or
China's
something.
International
Because it's all
Development
about
Cooperation
memorizing
in the
board
New Era
layouts.
was released by the
What
State
happened to all them
Council
guys who used to play
Information
chess at the
Office.
stop? They're still running
Consisting of
around being
8
idiots.
chapters, a preface
They know how
and
to
a
play chess. So do
conclusion,
any of them have a
the
chess
white
set?
paper
Nope.
expounds on China's views on
You consider
international
getting one?
development
No.
cooperation
Why?
in the
You grew
new
up in
era,
institutions.
the actions it
Too
has
much time in
taken, and its
institutions.
plans
No
for the
concept of
future.
owning their own board.
Japan's health
Oh, did
ministry
I just
says
accuse
4
you of being a
passengers
sex
who
offender
arrived
again,
at
you fucking
Tokyo's
sex offender?
Haneda
Yes, I
airport
did.
from
Did
Brazil
you ever
earlier
see this
this
video?
month
I doubt
have
it.
been found to be infected with the new variant of COVID-19. The ministry says the 4 people arrived at Haneda airport on January 2nd from Amazonas, Brazil. They tested positive after the airport quarantine. Britain has
The only thing you
given
found out
around 2
about me
million
is that I'm
people a
blood related to
COVID-19
that child, and I wasn't
vaccination.
even sure of
Health
that. So then
Secretary
all of a
Matt
sudden you're all
Hancock
mad at me
says
about weirdo things.
200,000 people are being vaccinated every day. Britain has
Useless.
reported more than
Useless.
3 million coronavirus cases with over 80,000 deaths.
Okay,
And
one of
that's
these
the
is World
news.
Today.
I'm
One
Johan.
of these one's Beijing now. There we go.
Today, provide you with in-depth news and expert analysis. Tell you the full story and perspective. Bring you the news you want to know. Only today.
Hello and welcome to the panel discussion of World Today, a news program from a different perspective. I'm Ding Han in Beijing. The world witnessed the riots and chaos in Washington, D.C. on Wednesday as thousands of Trump supporters stormed the Capitol Hill to try to prevent the Congress from certifying Joe Biden's electoral win. More than 24 hours later, Donald Trump condemned violence through a video.
Like all Americans, I am outraged by the violence, lawlessness, and mayhem. America is and must always be a nation of law and order. The demonstrators who infiltrated the Capitol have defiled the seat of American democracy. To those who engaged in the acts of violence and destruction, you do not represent our country. And to those who broke the law, you will pay.
Of course, what President Donald Trump didn't mention in this particular video is that it was him that told his supporters earlier that they should walk to the Capitol Hill to protest against the election results. The chaotic situation in Washington, D.C. came as Democrats gained control of the U.S. Senate after winning a key Senate runoff in the state of Georgia. Over the past weekend, we witnessed another political scandal in which President Trump pressured Georgia's Secretary of State to try to overturn the local presidential election result. So in this edition of the program, we will take a look at the political chaos in the United States less than 2 weeks before an official power transition at the White House.
I just got a $2.
So if you want to listen to this episode again or to catch up on previous episodes, You can download our podcast by searching World Today.
It's not quite double entry account.
Joining us now from New York State is Professor Lisa Parshall, Professor of Political Science at Damon
What I need
College.
is my spleen to act up.
Good morning.
Now.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Also joining us from North Carolina is Dr. David Goldfield, Professor of History at the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. Thank you very much for joining us.
Interesting things to study, eh?
Thank you. Good to be here with you.
And finally joining us from Florida is Aubrey Jewett, Associate Professor of Political Science at the University of Central Florida. Good morning.
Hello.
I'd like to ask you why I never got bail.
Okay,
I've never
so
seen anybody black
Lisa,
get
let
bail
me
in front of
start with you, maybe.
all the white boys that are like raping
Did
their little
the
sisters and
riots
shit get
and the
bail.
chaos in D.C. on
They put her
Wednesday
photo in the
come
fucking
as a
newspaper.
surprise
I
to
didn't-
you?
I couldn't have remembered her name for the life of me. I had that on my
No,
fucking back of my door for a long
unfortunately,
time.
I think that there would be protest that could very easily cross into violence and rioting is entirely foreseeable. I think particularly given the rhetoric that this election was somehow fraudulent or stolen and the kind of unprecedented legal attacks we've seen on the results of multiple states. And you add to that the kind of outright incitement of the president to his supporters in the hours before, even as the ceremonial role of congressional counting of those ballots was underway. It really stoked passions around that narrative. And so to be clear, you know, the president invited disgruntled supporters to Washington, promised that the day was going to be wild, and then incited them to march on Congress. So in that way, no, it is not surprising. But I would say with that said, it was nevertheless shocking to see the Capitol breached, to see members of Congress evacuated and sheltering in place, to see the ease with which the rioters seemed to break through the security, the length of time it took to clear the Capitol building. So while it was not unforeseeable, it was deeply traumatic.
Okay.
Watching this unfold real.
Okay. It seems we have lost Lisa. Are you still there, Lisa?
I am.
Okay. Continue if you want.
Yeah, so I was just saying, so while it wasn't unforeseeable, it was really deeply traumatic for Americans watching this unfold real time. And of course, for those who were in the building and terrorized by that breach of security. So it's also the potentiality, I think, and with armed rioters in the building, and the recognition that this all fully could have been, a massacre of our nation's lawmakers is what made this so shocking to watch and left many Americans feeling enraged and helpless.
Oh, okay. So, Lisa, I'm very sorry. It seems there is some problem with our connection. So, I will recommend
network echoes.
Hanging up on Skype, and we will
get on your first Cisco multi-person fucking video chat at the gym.
Connection. Thank you very much.
Network echoes like you wouldn't believe.
David Goldfield.
It sounds like people saying things in the background and stuff. It's not. It's network echoes.
Remember any historical scenario where people witnessed a kind of similar situation as what has happened?
The burning of the White House in 1812, or the War of 1812,
To that
1812
extent,
or 1814.
now, in 1814,
By the way, the Grenadiers
of course,
walked
the
through Grenadier
British
Pond and fell in
burned the
because
White
they're
House,
dumb. Walk 100 feet to either side, stupid.
1812. And in 1915, a German-born Harvard professor planted dynamite near the U.S. Senate reception room. In 1954, 4 Puerto Rican nationalists opened fire on the floor of the House of Representatives from the visitors gallery,
I don't remember that.
wounding 5 members of Congress. And in 1971,
So remember, these politicians could thoroughly be pieces of shit, but they are gangster to a degree because they know people want to kill them. To a degree, they're gangster.
U.S. Senate.
The original G-men.
And in 1983, another far-left group, the Armed Resistance Unit, bombed the U.S. Senate office of the
How about the World Trade Center, 1992?
Basically blew off the door of his office. They were protesting U.S. military action in Grenada in the Caribbean and also in Lebanon. It's interesting, after that 1983 incident, the House and Senate installed metal detectors. Obviously, that did not work on Wednesday.
Okay, very interesting historical.
Well, they weren't coming in through the entrance.
So,
now, Parliament Hill planned on that. That's why there were Canadian forces with
intruders on
zip guns.
Wednesday. Some of them waved giant yellow "Don't Tread on Me" flags, which are, I guess, popular among supporters of limited government. Some people waved American national flags that are covered with pro-Trump messages. Several people brandished the battle flag of the Confederacy. What do you think this tells us about these?
Now, if you fly your national flag upside down, that's in substitute of a white flag. If you fly your flag upside down, that means I surrender. That's what it means. On the one hand, if you continue fighting after you fly that flag, they're allowed to kill you because you're pretending to surrender.
Many of them
use your fucking heads, stupid. They like you telling the Mohawks not to let people do that.
On the other hand,
and they don't do it now.
Ever since Trump started running,
they'll put up a Canada flag upside down. They won't fly it like, oh, here we are.
There has been some segment, some percentage of his supporters have been on the far right, or sometimes called the alt-right. And I think that's reflected in at least in some of those people, and probably a lot of those people who showed up at the protest yesterday, and the people that actually invaded the Capitol. And when you see those "Don't Tread on Me" flags and those Confederacy flags, those have been symbols in American politics in the Trump era of some of his supporters. And they've also been symbols of controversy as America deals with its legacy of slavery and discrimination and what to do about Confederate statues and Confederate flags. And also on the "Don't Tread on Me," historically from the Revolutionary War period, that was considered to be a very patriotic flag to be used, against Britain and that sort of thing. But again, in today's American modern politics, it's become a symbol of the alt-right, the far right, the far conservatives who are supporting Trump.
So are we having you back, Professor Lisa Partial?
Yes.
Hi. So let me ask this question to you. Do you think, frankly speaking, do you think it is fair to entirely blame President Donald Trump for Wednesday's chaos in D.C.?
I think it absolutely is fair to blame a president who has for weeks incited his supporters to question the legitimacy of an election, and then invited his most ardent supporters together in Washington and then to march on Congress for some of this resulting chaos. Yes. Whether he's entirely to blame, no. I think there's blame that should be shared by other federal and state officials that have also discredited the results of key states, made repeated and unsubstantiated and legally rejected claims of widespread fraud and election stealing. So I think that some of the blame lays with members of Congress also who entertain these falsehoods, with the media, with public commentators that have given platform to this narrative.
Okay. So, David, some civil rights leaders are now criticizing or blasting, let's say, some law enforcement officers, law enforcement agencies for their slow response to riots, saying there is a stark contrast between the situation on Wednesday and the massive show of police force during the Black Lives Matter demonstrations over the summer of last year. Do you think they have a point here? Do you think there is a, let's say, a double standard here?
Yes, it's more than a double standard. Consider that if the people who assaulted the Capitol on Wednesday were Black Lives Matter or were mostly people of color, I can guarantee you the response by law enforcement would have been swift, would have been brutal, and most of the incidents that occurred on Wednesday would never have occurred. So it's the double standard, yes, but certainly the standards are very wide apart. There's no doubt in my mind that race played a significant role in the response of the Capitol Police in particular to the
Okay, so David, based on what you have said, let's imagine, I guess many African American people are watching on TV some live coverage about a scenario on Wednesday. So do you think as African American citizens watched all these scenarios and see this kind of double standards, do you think this will further, let's say, add to this kind of racial tension in America?
Well, there already are racial tensions in America, and I think after January the 20th, one of the Biden administration's objectives is to try to ameliorate those racial tensions, number one, and number two, to address some of the significant disparities that exist between white and black America that have been uncovered during the pandemic and also during the 4 years of the Trump administration.
Okay, so Aubrey, according to a new poll, a majority of Republican voters actually believe Mr. Joe Biden is to blame for the group of Trump supporters who stormed the Capitol Hill on Wednesday. What do you read from this?
Well, I have to say I haven't seen that poll, but if true, and it wouldn't totally shock me that a lot of Republicans believe that, it would show that they still really believe Donald Trump, that Donald Trump has an enormous amount of sway over his followers, and it is somewhat shocking only on the level of that it's just not possibly true, right? I mean, it's like an alternate reality. There's the real facts of what's going on in the country, and then there's these alternative facts or alternative narratives, as one of my colleagues mentioned. And again, if this I have not seen that poll, so again I want to reiterate that, but if that poll is true, I think that's what it shows. It shows that Donald Trump still has enormous sway over his Republican supporters, and that they are basically buying hook, line, and sinker this thought that the election was stolen, and thus I assume their chain of logic goes, since the election was stolen, that it's Biden's fault, not Trump's.
You're listening to World Today. I'm Ding He in Beijing. Today we are talking about Trump, Washington riots, as well as much more in the current U.S. political chaos. So, Lisa, Vice President Mike Pence has now denounced the violence in D.C. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell went further by calling Trump supporters thugs. Senator Lindsey Graham, who we know is a diehard Trump ally, says Biden was lawfully elected and it was now time to accept that reality. Why do you think they have struck a different tone than Donald Trump in initially responding to the violence?
Well, I think part of the answer, at least, I think, is that these folks are institutionalists in a way that Donald Trump was not and never will be. The halls of Congress are hallowed territory for them. And so a mob attack was an attack on the Congress that was encouraged by the president. So that they are, and particularly Vice President Pence, was sort of the target of his ire and therefore of the mob ire. And so I'm not surprised that they regarded the assault on Congress very personally and deeply. But I also think cynically, there's a sense of political betrayal after having been loyal to Trump. I would, maybe take it back even to the fact that Trump was never the establishment choice for the Republican nominee. So these are congressional Republicans that before the GOP became the party of Trump still retain some of those core values of traditional conservatism and respect for institutions, especially for their own institution of Congress and for the rule of law. But it's also, political calculation, and that this was such a shocking moment, and a desire to distance themselves from Trump and from some of the narrative that they themselves had previously embraced.
So political betrayal and political chaos. Let's say it's a political betrayal amid a political chaos. David, talking about political betrayal, President Donald Trump's Deputy National Security Advisor Matt Pottinger Transportation Secretary Ellen Chao, as well as Education Secretary Betsy DeVos have now all resigned at this point. And according to some media reports in the United States, a few other senior administration officials are also considering resigning from their position. What do you think this tells us about the current atmosphere within the White House?
It's a matter of self-preservation. These individuals have gone along with Donald Trump over the past 4 years as he has broken standards and laws just almost every month. And now this particular incident has moved them to leave the administration. From a technical point of view, it's also interesting because according to the 25th Amendment of the Constitution, the vice president and then the cabinet members decide on whether the president is too incompetent or too dangerous to remain in office. So if you leave the cabinet, you do not any longer have that responsibility of declaring Donald Trump, the president, incompetent to serve. So it's sort of a double self-preservation, preserving what reputation you have left, and secondly, just leaving the responsibility of dealing with Donald Trump over the next 12, 13 days to other people.
Okay, so Aubrey, Donald Trump has finally committed to an orderly transition of power at the White House after the Capitol Hill officially confirmed Joe Biden's election win. But in the meantime, he still insists that he disagrees with the election outcome. So, in your opinion, what do you think is now in the mind of President Donald Trump now? And what do you think he is likely to do between now and January the 20th?
Well, not to be flip, but there's one part of me that says, Lord knows what is going through the mind of Donald Trump. It's hard to ever really know, honestly. But, you know, I think finally it has become clear to him that he is not going to serve a second term, that Joe Biden won this race, that Joe Biden will be inaugurated on January 20th, and that there isn't anything that he can do about it at this point. And also because of the riots and the attacks on Capitol Hill, finally, I think maybe even after a few hours or a day, that has, you know, sort of sunk into him as well. And so I say I'm glad that he's finally committed to it. Of course, it's in many ways too little too late, but I am glad that he's finally committing to it. In terms of, you know, disagreeing with the election outcome, on one level, certainly it's fine to disagree with the election outcome and wish that you hadn't lost or to think that there was problems. But, you know, what he has done over the last, well, I guess 5-6 weeks now, it's been going on, you know, goes beyond that, where he was insisting that the system was rigged, that it was fraudulent. Again, as one of my colleagues said, despite the fact of very little evidence, despite the fact that numerous courts have looked at these charges and dismissed them, and that numerous election officials at the state level, including many Republican election officials, I might add, have said that there was no problems with this election. So I guess bottom line is, yeah, I don't really know 100% what's going through his mind. I do hope that he follows through, at least from this point on, to work more closely with the incoming Biden administration. And lastly, I think, did you ask me what might he do between now and January 20th, or maybe that was something we talked about a little earlier by email. Once again, I would hope at this point he doesn't do much of anything between now and January 20th. But again, with Donald Trump, the unexpected is to be expected. I don't really know what might happen or what he might do between now and then.
Okay, so Lisa, what is your take? Do you think the commitment on the part of Donald Trump is too little too late, as Aubrey has mentioned?
Yes, I do. I agree with everything Professor Jewett said. I think, it's a difficult question to know what is in the mind of Donald Trump, but I think we can infer from his pattern of behavior that it is not likely that he's going to ever fully embrace or accept the legitimacy of the election. And his managerial style has always been chaotic and adversarial and transactional. So concerns about his emotional and mental state at this point, the fact that he's facing post-presidential legal jeopardy, these are all legitimate reasons to be concerned. So I expect we'll see self-pardons, a whole slew of pardons, maybe some self-pardoning, continued rhetorical attacks on the election and on the incoming administration, and that's probably the best case scenario.
Okay, so David, what is your, let's say, projection or expectation in this regard? You have 1 minute before we take a short break.
Donald Trump is looking to 2024. That really was the impetus behind the rather wooden teleprompter read speech condemning the violence at the Capitol. I can guarantee you, once he leaves office after January 20th, he's going to generate the same type of opposition, the same fantasies about the 2020 presidential election that he's been peddling over the past month and a half.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Lisa Parshall, Dr. David Goldfield, as well as Dr. Aubrey Jewett. Let's take a short break here. Coming back, we will continue with our discussion. Stay with us.
Hello, this is Michael Zhang. Greetings from Los Angeles of the Golden State of California. Thank you today for making me part of your team. I truly enjoyed the debates we had and look forward to many more in the years to come.
Hello, I'm Joya Seed, First Secretary of the Embassy of Chile to China. It's been an honor taking part on your show and telling you about the relationship between Chile and China. Wishing you all the best.
In-depth analysis, valuable insights, expert views, presented by an award-winning team. Today, keeping you well-informed, up-to-date, and ahead of the news.
Welcome back. You are listening to World Today. I'm Ding Han in Beijing. Today we are talking about why we are now witnessing such unprecedented, let's say, political chaos in the United States when January the 20th is only less than 2 weeks away. Joining our wonderful panel, Dr. Lisa Parshall, Professor of Political Science at Damon College, Dr. David Goldfield, Professor of History at the University of North Carolina at Charlotte, as well as Dr. Aubrey Jewett, Associate Professor of Political Science at the University of Central Florida. So Aubrey, let me go back to you. Earlier, Professor Goldfield has already talked about this 25th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. I mean, calls are actually now growing to try to remove President Donald Trump from office by invoking the Section 4 of this particular amendment. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is talking about this idea. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is also talking about this. This particular section, we understand, tries to address a scenario where a U.S. president is unable to perform his duty, but does not voluntarily step down. So do you think there is really a need to invoke the 25th Amendment to Constitution?
Well, I personally do not think that they should invoke the 25th Amendment. But, and I guess the other question is, would they and could they? They certainly could, I think. Now, the would they, that is, I think, doubtful. Although a number of these cabinet officials and Vice President Pence certainly are upset with President Trump, and particularly the Vice President has really, of course, what I've read behind the scenes in the last few days, feels totally betrayed by Donald Trump because of the attacks that he made on Vice President Pence, because of Vice President Pence's role in counting, or I should say overseeing the official but somewhat symbolic vote count of the electoral votes. And Donald Trump, as he often does, used Twitter to, attack Pence, viciously, pretty much, for saying he didn't have the guts to stand up and not certify the election results and this sort of thing. So there is, seems to be, a level of animosity right now that is pretty surprising between a president and a vice president. So certainly Pence might entertain that idea, and his participation would be crucial. But then he would have to get a majority. There's 15 cabinet agencies in the United States, so he would have to get 8 more of those agency heads to go along with him. And then they would specifically have to tell Congress that they believe the president is incapable of doing his job. Now, under this fourth section, though, the president could then contest that and say, I am capable of doing my job. And then it goes back to a second round, and the vice president and these 8 or more members would have to once again declare that they think the president is not. At that point, it would drop into Congress's lap, and they would have 21 days in which to make a decision. And of course, there's only 12 days or so till we get to election. I would say the other thing here is that if they did do this, then from my understanding, this hasn't ever been used in the U.S., so it's not 100% clear, but from my understanding, during this period of dispute, if it was to happen, Vice President Pence would become the acting president. So if they did do this, although it's unlikely that President Trump would be formally removed before the January 20th, it would or could end up with the situation where Vice President Pence, during the back and forth and during the deliberation in Congress, would actually be the acting president, at least legally. Whether Donald Trump would accept that is another story.
Okay, so Lisa, we understand in addition to, or apart from invoking the 25th Amendment of the Constitution, another channel, let's say, to remove Trump from office is through impeachment. So realistically speaking, do you think that particular scenario is possible?
Well, I think we've seen from Nancy Pelosi and from incoming Majority Leader Chuck Schumer calls to do that. And perhaps some of the pressure around the 25th Amendment was built from Pelosi's threat that if that was not pursued, that Congress would go ahead within the second round of impeachment. And there are draft articles already circulating. The problem with and I think Professor Jewett laid out the problems with the 25th Amendment. I think that would be a faster course of action. It would be an action for sort of running out the clock, so to speak. The problem with impeachment is that the processes of impeachment are fairly elaborate, and it would take an enormous effort and cooperation of Congress to sort of come up with an expedited process for moving that forward more quickly. Now, the thing about our U.S. Congress that's often underappreciated, I think, is that when it wants to and when it has the political will to do things, it can move relatively quickly. But the clock is ticking, and I think Professor Goldfield put his finger on it, that folks are sort of looking at what is the best course of action, given that it's clear that President Trump has aspirations to try to continue to be an influence on politics and aspirations for maybe a return in 2024.
Okay. So, David, Shifting gears, and let's talk a little about the runoff race for the Senate in the state of Georgia. We understand actually Georgia has not elected any Democratic senator since 2000 for nearly 2 decades. What do you think are the reasons behind Republicans' loss in Georgia this time?
There are 3 important standards in a runoff election. The first is turnout, the second is turnout, and the third is turnout. In other words, if you turn out your base in a runoff election, the results typically will be in your favor. And the Democrats in Georgia did a great job of turning out their base, consisting of African Americans, newly enfranchised voters from abroad, particularly from Southeast Asia, suburban voters, and of course the voters in the cities. If you look at the map of Georgia, the electoral map of Georgia, and see where these votes for the Democratic candidates came from, they came from the Atlanta metropolitan area, the city, and of course, and the suburbs. They came from Columbus, Georgia, Savannah, Georgia, Augusta, Georgia, from the cities and suburbs of Georgia. The rest of Georgia remained red. And this is becoming typical of American politics. You know, it used to be that the divide in American politics was north-south. Today, the divide is really between metropolitan and small town and rural areas. And whether you're in Pennsylvania or whether you're in Georgia, this is how the politics play out. And you could see it play out in Georgia.
Okay, so Aubrey, it seems from the media reports I can access, many Republican members are kind of blaming President Donald Trump for their loss in the state of Georgia. What is your thought on this issue? How much responsibility should Trump, for example, his controversial phone call was Georgia State's Secretary of State last Saturday, bear for the loss of the Republicans in the Senate race in Georgia?
Well, I do think that it's certainly part of the loss in Georgia lays at the feet of Donald Trump. He didn't win the state in the presidential race, so that shows how much that the state of Georgia has changed. And to add to what my colleague was just saying about turnout, which I don't disagree, those are the 3 most important things. But you know, in Georgia, things have changed. The demographics of the state have changed over the last decade, and the African American population and the percent of registered voters who are Black has grown quite a bit. And you've seen the alienation of a lot of white suburban voters from Donald Trump, and not just because of that phone call, but really over the last 4 years. You've seen it not just in Georgia, but in a number of states where white suburban voters, including the county I live here in Florida, Seminole County, which hadn't voted for a Democrat for president, I don't know, for like 50 or 60 years. And we voted for Joe Biden because we're a suburban county. In addition, you had a couple of other factors, as you mentioned, the phone call that Trump made to the head election official in Georgia, the fact that Trump was attacking a lot of Georgia Republicans, I think that drove down turnout. And of course, the fact that he just wasn't at the top of the ticket showed that I think a number of his supporters just didn't show up because he wasn't at the top of the ticket. And lastly, I'll throw my Senate Majority Leader, and now soon to be, or is Minority Leader, Mitch McConnell, to not increase the amount of payments for COVID relief. That became a very big issue, and I think that might have hurt the Republicans in Georgia. And so I think, you know, McConnell's decision there is probably one of the things to blame, in addition to Trump's actions his recent actions, but his actions over the last 4 years.
Okay, so Lisa, do you see a kind of strategic flaw or a strategic mistake on the part of the Republican Party when we talk about either the presidential election in Georgia or the Senate race in Georgia?
Yeah, I think everything that my colleague said is absolutely right in that there was this mixed messaging, right? So from the president, you have this inability, when he came at the last minute for the rally, this inability to focus on the Senate races, that call to the Secretary of State. I mean, that was stunning in and of itself. It's been eclipsed now by the Capitol assault, but under less chaotic circumstances, I think we would still be talking about that call. And that really laid bare, I think, the motivation behind some of the voter suppression efforts and behind the legal challenges, that it was less really about election integrity and respecting the will of the voters and more about engineering or pressuring a favorable outcome. That makes it, harder for the Republican Party, I think, to sustain their narrative when the president's messaging has sort of revealed the end game, so to speak.
Okay, you're listening to World Today. I'm Ding Han in Beijing. Today we are talking about Trumpism, and U.S. political chaos less than 2 weeks before January the 20th. So, Professor David Goldfield, when we talk about President Trump's refusal to concede to Joe Biden, do you think this is simply because he is Trump, or would you say we need to take a look at this issue from a bigger picture?
It's Trump. The bigger picture is that this election was probably the safest and cleanest presidential election we ever had, because each of the 50 states and the District of Columbia made certain that this type of feedback and this type of opposition, that the election was somehow fraudulent, would eventually be dashed by the honesty and the facts of the election. There were over 60 challenges that the Trump administration made to vote counting and the process of voting in the so-called battleground states. And 59 of those 60 lawsuits were summarily tossed out. So there can be no doubt that the election was clean. However, as I mentioned earlier, Trump is positioning himself for 2024. And to persist in the narrative that this was a stolen election merely helps his brand. It doesn't help the country, certainly. It doesn't help the country to heal, and it doesn't help the country to move forward. What we need to address very serious issues. But it does help Donald Trump. It's always been all about Donald Trump.
So, Aubrey, obviously, we have witnessed a kind of apparent division within the Republican Party when on issues like whether they should support President Trump's attempt to overturn the presidential election result. So, do you think the Republican Party has been, to some extent, torn apart by Trump since the general election?
Well, I think the Republican Party has been torn apart and remade by President Trump over the last 4 years. And certainly we have seen some other changes just in the last few weeks. But Trump certainly has remade the Republican Party in his image, for better or for worse. We did see some Republicans either leave the party. We talked about some voters who typically have voted Republican, or some groups of voters like white suburban women and others who have not supported the party since Trump has been in office. But he has also replaced a lot of those voters with other voters who either have switched from voting Democrat or maybe were not participating in politics at all. And you also have what is known as sort of the establishment Republicans, people who traditionally were important and major players in the Republican Party, like Jeb Bush, who was the governor of Florida for 8 years in the Bush family. people who are sort of in the establishment wing of the Republican Party have not maybe totally left the party, but they certainly feel alienated, and they realize that they are not where the majority of Republican voters are currently. And in terms of since the general election, I'm of a mixed mind about this. It's possible that the peak of Donald Trump's power within the Republican Party might have happened the day before the vote count started and the riots and the attack on Capitol Hill, but maybe not, because it's possible. And you had mentioned a poll earlier that a majority of Republicans actually are blaming the whole thing on Biden. I mean, it's possible that although the party is not the same, certainly, as it was when President Trump sort of took it over 4 years ago, that it will not be totally torn apart. Some people will leave, but there is a sizable portion of Republicans in this country that still seem to be supporting Donald Trump. And we won't really know until 2 years down the road, I think, when we have our next set of elections, how much power Trump still has. If he's very influential in Republican primaries, if people who he deems were not sufficiently supportive or loyal to him are attacked and lose their seats, then we'll say, wow, Trump still has a lot of sway. On the other hand, it is possible in 2 years, maybe his influence will decline, but it's one of those things we won't really know. I think we won't really know until it actually happens.
So, Lisa, talking about Trumpism and the prospect of Trumpism in 2024, what is your thought? I mean, of course, one angle to look at this issue is really some economic factors. For example, wealth gap. For example, there were indicators that COVID-19 pandemic has further widened this gap between the rich and the poor in many, many countries, not only the United States, but also many countries across the globe. So with that in mind, do you think Trumpism will stage a stronger comeback 4 years later?
It's an interesting question. Again, like Professor Jewett, I'm kind of two minds of it. I think your question, is accepting that class, rural, white resentment is part of an underlying explanation for the rise of Trumpism. I think the gaps between the states, between urban and rural places, has been and continues to be concerning, and that the pandemic has exacerbated inequalities or highlighted those inequalities in our system. I think with the Trump era, we certainly see a failed federal response to the pandemic in particular, and that Trump's approach has sort of pit states against one another. It's left states sort of fending for themselves. And that's a big part of that was Trump's agenda to deconstruct the administrative state. The federal government was not deployed. Its expertise and its resources weren't used particularly well. And I think the fear is that when people see failed governance, it reinforces the declining faith in government. So I think one thing that's going to be a big factor here is the Biden administration and whether or not it can put the federal government to work, reinvigorate the idea that government can work to solve public policy problems. If he can do that, I think it also undercuts some of that resentment that I think made some rural Americans feel left behind, and that's really fueled Trump's populist appeal.
So talking about the Biden, the incoming Biden
and apparently he can't throw a punch for a shit, and I did not drop my coffee.
Now, of course, was Democrats gaining control of the U.S. Senate, the incoming administration is expected to enjoy a broader policy latitudes than if the Senate continues to be controlled by the Republican Party. So before the midterm election 2 years later, on what issues or on what kind of agendas do you think it will be, relatively speaking, easier for Mr. Biden to push ahead with?
Because I know his parents didn't want that for him.
Probably the single most.
This kid's name Abraham. My homeboy that got shot 5 times, his middle name is Lincoln.
And that's not going to be difficult because there hasn't really been a federal response or a coordinated federal response to the coronavirus. The second
dog shoot me again, you little bitch. And then his girl starts screaming at the security guard about me threatening old women to shoot them and stab them or something.
Of the middle class,
which is
decimation of workers,
not what's happening.
The high unemployment rate. And by the way, don't pay any attention to the unemployment rate because
yeah, that girl told somebody to hit me with a rum bottle to do it somewhere where there was no camera.
Seems to be because people have just dropped out of the
this means I gotta call my fucking lawyer, not the police,
and
the lawyer.
They're not counted. And then there are people who have part-time positions and they're not counted either. So we really have a serious economic problem that the pandemic didn't cause.
Comes up in court.
It
I beat him up,
a lot
and that's
worse.
why he
And
hit
neither
me.
political party, from say 1980 to the Obama administration, was really addressed these very important core issues.
Essentially what I
so I think those two issues, the coronavirus and the economy, are going to be crucial for the Biden administration to address. And then, of course, there is the foreign policy. I mean, I was in Germany a few days ago, and I can tell you from numerous trips to that country that the stock of America is probably as low as ebb since the end.
So I don't know how they came in after me and started yelling at me in the elevator. 6 minutes only, eh? All that happened in 5 fucking minutes? Really?
Of countries like Germany, like China, like Russia, like the members.
Now, if I was to flip, I was like, please call the police, Mr. Security Guard. You probably would.
To address issues like climate change and trade and international relations. So
I don't care what
these are going to be the issues that I think that are going to occupy the Biden administration. He's coming into office, and looking back at other presidents, the only other idea I had was Abraham Lincoln coming into a divided nation in 1861, and Franklin D. Roosevelt.
And when I see a crackhead, a young black man named after that president, it makes me feel something. Not a lot, because that drug can get anybody. But I know his mother did not want that life for him. I know that. He's got some Austrian white girl running his life.
And the fact that he doesn't have a divided Congress, that the Democrats control all the levers of power in the legislative branch, I think this is a plus. But keep in mind, the margins both in the House and the Senate are razor thin in favor of the Democrats.
So, Aubrey, during his election victory speech, Mr. Biden asked all Americans to come together and stop treating opponents as enemies. Realistically, do you think healing and reconciliation is possible between, say, Red America and Blue America? You have 90 seconds for the question.
No. There, I can answer in 5 seconds. No, I really don't, unfortunately. I mean, it's good to hear President-elect Biden saying these things. It is actually traditionally what incoming presidents say during their transition. And it's what hopefully you would expect them to say, and that they're seeking and trying to bring the nation together.
Just to be clear,
I will say, traditionally, when a new president comes into office, he undergoes what we call in American politics a honeymoon period, meaning that typically their public approval rises, and at least some more Americans are willing to give the new president an opportunity to carry out their policies and to try to do something new. But the bottom line, I think, right now is that the U.S. political system is just incredibly polarized, and the vast majority of Republican Trump supporters are in no mood to work collaboratively with Joe Biden and the Democrats. And they will basically say, look, over the last 4 years, Democrats did everything they could to thwart President Trump. And so now the shoe is on the other foot, and we're going to do everything we can to thwart you. And I wish that wasn't the case, but I do believe that's unfortunately probably what is going to happen.
Okay, so Lisa, finally for you, what do you think the rest of the world should learn from America's experience of being governed by Mr. Trump over the last 4 years? You have 1 minute.
Well, I would say the lesson, really, the bottom line lesson is that democracy is fragile, but that it's also resilient and has the potentiality to be resilient. And so while our institutions have been challenged, our shared bonds and values are certainly strained, I guess I'm looking more optimistically to the idea that the rule of law, the will of justice, the old adage as it goes, it grinds slow, but it grinds fine. And maybe, behind some of this noise, you can look at parts of our American democracy that are functioning well. As was noted, in the middle of the pandemic, we actually had an election success, which is why part of that false narrative is so frustrating, I think, for political scientists and historians, is that there was a lot of success there. So I hope that even in the midst of all of this, there's a new sense for maybe some younger and minority voters of awakening of political power, and that when they do lean in and show up and turn out, they can reinvigorate democracy.
Thank you very much. We have been speaking with Dr. Lisa Paschal, Professor of Political Science at Damon College, Professor David Goldfield, Professor of History at the University of North Carolina at Charlotte, as well as Aubrey Jewett, Associate Professor of Political Science at the University of Central Florida. Unfortunately, that's all the time for this edition of World Today. To listen to this episode again or to catch up on previous episodes, you can download our podcast by searching World Today. For further discussion, you can follow us on Twitter, China Plus News. I'm Ding in Beijing. Thank you so much for listening.
Hello everyone, this is Hoon Ahmed Khan, journalist from Pakistan, currently based in Tsinghua University. World Today is an excellent initiative to discuss.
Oh, it'll be about 30 seconds.
1498年5月18日，在23天没有见过陆地之后，达伽马的船队终于看到了24海里外的印度西高地山脉。在返航途中，达伽马的船队遭遇了外星人的打击。
I learned a long time ago. I could take a punch and get back, but you can knock me down. Sure, I don't weigh fuck all. I'm tall as skin. It's easy to knock me.
9月9日，葡萄牙人民在首都巴
Short,
黎
fat
英
people are
雄
the
打
ones that are
下
hard to knock down. They don't get up so
作
quick.
为地理大发现的高光时
You
刻，
hit me, all your energy is just going into moving me, and then I'm going to get up again.
前所未有的伟大航行，也为颠覆和重塑世界秩序按下了开关。
It's funny to have a guy this. It's funny to have a guy this fucking tall. Say, oh, talk shit to me again, you little bitch. Okay. If anything, I'm a bigger bitch. Yeah, I'm bigger.
Which drove all throughout the GTA from Brampton to downtown Toronto. 中国国际广播电台 The Voice of South China Sea China Radio International 唯有探索才有答案南海之声
欢迎
收听这一时段的整点新闻。
Some about
中国
terrorists,
国务
you
院
know?
新闻办公室10号发布新时代的中国国际发展合作白皮书。白皮书说，新时代的中国国际发展合作以推动构建人类运营共同体为引领，精神内涵更加丰富。
Fuck's sakes. Both these
His
again.
first
As soon as I say
overseas trip of
so
the year
or
last
now
week.
or look at the
China
screen,
will
it'll freeze
continue
up.
providing badly needed.
We missed the first half again because of this bullshit. It's a match of
Join
time.
me in the conversation today by searching.
This is how we know it's a new fucking goof every so often because they don't know. We're gonna hear it anyway. What a waste of time.
And culture. China Plus News. Facebook. Open your eyes to the real
It's
China.
about terrorists. That's CRI News Plus AMA Plus 6.
Connecting you with China. And
The first one was South China Seas, which always does that.
Now the news. I'm Shane Bigham. Foreign Minister Wang Yi says China and Africa are facing an urgent need to strengthen anti-pandemic cooperation and keep committed to mutual support to prevail over the disease. Wang visited 5 African countries during his first overseas trip of the year last week. He assured that China will continue providing badly needed medical supplies, as well as expert teams to African countries, and make COVID-19 vaccines developed by China more accessible and affordable in Africa. The city of Shijiazhuang in North China is planning to complete a new round of mass nucleic acid testing within 2 days. The city's being the worst hit in a virus resurgence that's led to over 360 infections in Hebei province. Local authorities say patient 0 in the latest outbreak may have been infected before December 15th. As of Saturday, over 13 million residents have been tested for COVID-19 in Shijiazhuang and the nearby city of Xingtai. The latest tally from Johns Hopkins University shows global COVID-19 cases have surpassed 90 million, with nearly 2 million deaths. The United States remains the worst hit nation, accounting for more than 24% of the global cases and over 19% of global deaths. India and Brazil rank second and third. It took only 15 days for the global caseload to increase from 80 million to 90 million. And Indonesian rescue teams recovered what's believed to be part of the engine of a Sriwijaya airplane that went down on Saturday. The rescuers found the wreckage of the Boeing 737-500 at a depth of 23 meters in the Java Sea within the first 12 months. On Sunday, Indonesian Armed Forces Chief Hadi Jayanto says soldiers recovered debris from the plane throughout the day and hope to retrieve the black box soon.
Dua sinyal yang dikeluarkan oleh black box tersebut.
The 2 signals emitted by the black box are continuously monitored, and now we have them marked. Hopefully, in not too long, we can lift up the black box.
Oh, you located it, you didn't recover it yet.
To investigate and find out the cause of the crash.
The plane went down with 62 people on board shortly after takeoff from Jakarta. Fishermen near Thousand Islands, north of Jakarta's coast, reported hearing an explosion around 2:30 in the afternoon on Saturday.
Sri Lanka's the other story. My bad.
Apple and Amazon have suspended social networking service Parler from their respective app stores and web hosting services, blaming it for not taking adequate measures to prevent the spread of posts inciting violence. The action follows a similar move by Google on Friday. Parler is favored by many supporters of U.S. President Donald Trump. Its participants are accused of using the service to coordinate the siege of the U.S. Capitol last week. Apple's given Parler 24 hours to submit a detailed moderation plan. Amazon has taken the site offline unless Parler can find a new company to host its services. Iran is demanding the release of its foreign exchange assets frozen in South Korea. Officials from the two sides met yesterday in Tehran, less than a week after the seizure of a Korean oil tanker in the Gulf. Iran's insisted the incident's a technical matter related to environmental pollution. South Korean banks have frozen Iran's foreign exchange assets over the past 2.5 years, citing fears of U.S. sanctions. Several rounds of bilateral talks have been held over the issue, but all have ended in vain. Preliminary results show that Sadir Japarov has won Kyrgyzstan's presidential elections in a landslide with nearly 80% of the vote. The previous president was ousted in October. The official results of the election are expected within 20 days. Voters also approved a constitutional change on Sunday to give the presidency more power. French Defense Minister Florence Parly has denied reports of helicopters striking civilians at a wedding party in Mali. Reports claim that a French helicopter bombed the wedding party during an airstrike on the village on January 3rd, killing at least 20 civilians. Parley says only jihadis were targeted and hit in the strike, and no helicopters were engaged in the operation. The airstrike was part of a larger operation by French troops aimed at fighting Islamist extremists in Africa's Sahel region. France first intervened in Mali in 2013 to stop jihadis from seizing the capital, Bamako, and currently has 5,000 troops there. Last week, 6 French troops were killed in 2 separate explosions, raising questions about the operation's efficacy. And that's the news. I'm Shane.
UK. More than 3 million people in the UK
dabbles in a range of great music genres like jazz, reggae, dance, and blends these popular elements.
If you had run this show in 2015, I would be the biggest fan.
This pivotal and a great group of Chinese music water.
I don't think it's raining.
Director of
Project for
NHS England, Dr. Nikki Kanani,
You're listening to a flashback of Roundtable, discussion of the hottest topics in China. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Roundtable, coming to you live from Beijing.
Officer killed in last week's assault on the U.S. Capitol is being honored in Washington, D.C.
Which one?
A hearse carrying the body of fallen Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick being led by a procession of police motorcycles down the streets of Washington, D.C. Officers lining those streets to pay their respects. Sicknick was injured in the riot at the Capitol last week and later died. He was a 12-year veteran of the Capitol Police. Mark Remillard, ABC News.
680 News Time 708. Canada's government is considering adding the Proud Boys to the nation's list of terrorist organizations. A spokesperson for Public Safety Minister Bill Blair says they are one of several groups the government is
the biggest white supremacists in the country.
To the list, these organizations
Julian
would join the
Fantino,
ranks
they're the
of
two
terrorist
biggest white
groups like
supremacists in the
Al-Qaeda,
fucking
Boko
country.
Haram, and ISIS.
After them comes the war criminal they caught like 3 years ago at age 91 as a beekeeper.
They determined the location of the crash site black boxes of a Boeing 737-500 on Saturday. This comes just one day after the aircraft crashed into the Java Sea with 62 people on board shortly after taking off from Indonesia's capital.
Yes, Your Highness, I keep track of all these bastards. That's why they left to see us citizens rather than making us Dutch citizens.
Officials were able to use
That's
similar
why.
technology to locate the site and recover.
This has
Efforts are
been a
now
Dutch
underway.
colony for
The brother of a missing
500
couple
years.
who was on board fought back tears when speaking
We
to
saw
a
the
CNN
French try to
reporter.
claim it, and the British try to claim it, and the Spanish, and the Portuguese, and the French, and the British, and the Americans 2 times. It's been Dutch.
In a tweet, Prime Minister
Holland
Trudeau
Land,
sent our
Holland
deepest
March, the
condolences
Dutch
to the
Land,
families,
blah, blah,
friends, and loved ones of those who were on
New
board.
York
Coming up,
was once
traffic and
New
weather together on the
Amsterdam.
ones, and we'll check
Why
your
they
gas prices.
changed it?
680 News
5,000 Dutch settlers, whatever you want to call them, newcomers. Well, they were settling. Dutch people were like, here, you can live here. Nobody wants to stop us from living here. We live here. You want to stop us? We'll just go out in the ocean and move that back. 25,000. I'm going to fuck it up here. Maybe I can't remember where. 25,000 newcomers came like in a very quick period of time after that. 5,000, so 5,000 to 25,000, 5-to-1 ratio. They stopped calling it New Amsterdam, started calling it New York. That would probably be British settlers if it's called New York.
And now the 680 News gas price update. As Emperor predicts, the price of gas will hold at midnight, staying at 112.9 cents a liter.
112, it's 113, it's 107 over here. It's 6 cents cheaper, not 5. Wow. So it's a percentage cheaper. It's not just a number of cents cheaper.
But hugging's easy.
Let's see what we got here.
And baby D drops are easy too. Simply apply just 1 drop where baby feeds. There's no taste, so it doesn't interfere with feeding. Pediatricians.
Yeah, if you wait till I'm already costed about something going wrong to start dumping on the rudder, then I know that it's not my equipment. It's not. Not costing
make sure that this personal data doesn't go into the hands of other people. But this time, with the annual report or the annual bill, I don't see anything particularly exciting. I mean, some of this information I simply want to know. Like, for instance, I managed to save 73 kilograms of carbon emission by perhaps paying bills, by walking, that sort of thing, and sort of my contribution to the environment. And they also sort of count your footsteps.
Oh, I might be able to find it on my
done over the past
collar
year.
logs.
Talk about 580 something across around the soccer field. So it's pretty impressive. You add the figures together. And also, I made payments to about 85 business owners over the past year. I think that's not a lot, but I guess those of you who are listening, you might have done a lot more business with people over the past year. And
85 different businesses.
For me, that's basically it. I understand for those who have joined the sort of a mutual health product where people pool their resources to help those who are sick.
I never felt a lighter punch in my life. I've been hit harder by women, no lie.
I mean,
a few times.
I realized at the very beginning.
You don't want to nurse like a bitch. You know you're not hitting her back.
As an insurance product, but it's not. It's sort of a mutual help scheme.
So it's more like
no, but I gotta
something
call my
similar
lawyer
to
and tell him it happened.
GoFundMe.
This is gonna come up later. Oh yeah, he did us.
When you join the scheme, you make a commitment to sort of do your bit to cover other people's medical expenses. And Alipay or the Xianghubao,
I really don't want to call the police to make this official.
Do investigative work to make sure people are not making false claims.
I did that in April, and sure enough,
and
in
if you
December,
are
in
a member
November,
of
I'm
this
getting charged with them
scheme,
hitting
you
me. I got
will
charged.
be able to see in this annual bill exactly how many people you have helped, I guess, or in what way you have helped people who are in desperate need of funds.
And if you, as the person who's contributed to the fund, is in trouble and you can apply for almost like insurance policy coverage, but in quotation marks, it's all like used very loosely, but it's kind of an innovative
You're named after a failure of a
financial
king.
slash insurance slash helping people.
If you were
kind
a
of
stable
product.
I'll stay with mutual help.
You dug out horse shit from stables, bro. That's your name. That's your name. I'll tell it after
Yeah,
the
I
court
mean,
case is done.
it does make sense because the minute you throw in the word
If I say
insurance,
anything now,
and
some
how
happens
this
to him, they'll
one,
blame
it
me.
gets
If
a
I
bit
don't
convoluted,
explain
the
it,
meaning.
if something happens
So
to him,
mutual
he did it,
help,
because all the
mutual
fucking
help
proceedings are
does really
sealed.
drive the point home. And I mean, these annual bills is not something I particularly pay attention to. But if there is a way I can find out my eating habits of last year, that's exactly what I would want to know.
Well, if you get all your meals through
somewhere
their
between
food ordering application, I imagine maybe next year, the developers might come up with this idea of doing a roundup of what you've ordered over the past year.
But I'm pretty sure what will come up more will be
security.
Because
The Muhammad
I
of this building,
like
security.
dominantly that was my go-to food. You know, when people are like feeling bored and sad and whatnot, they tend to go for chocolate and stuff. I just found myself ordering some more noodles.
And it would be really impressive if they could
because that's smarter, because noodles turn into sugar in your fucking gut, stupid.
Over the past year, and
yeah, present women as stupid at every possible. Let them say whatever they want, which is whatever man told them.
And actually,
Thank you, CRI. Keep that up. That's the way to get listeners around the world. Keep presenting women as dumb, and that will make people listen. And believe you, you 110-year-old pieces of shit.
After a few years into this, I am a shrewd user, and I was expecting not necessarily fireworks and rainbows, but at least something that would excite me, or if they can become just a little bit more creative in instead of just giving me a statement,
they don't recognize you.
More about it. Just like you guys said, you know,
if
these platforms can, tell you like, the mileage equivalent of the amount of noodles you consumed. That's pretty cool and funny. But what I've seen, with Alipay, the annual bill, the design was so dull. I'm sorry, programmers out there. It's almost like I expected more from a mega company like you. It was almost like they had like two programmers and coming with up with the animation, and the font was dull, and it was in like pink. Maybe it knows that I'm a woman, and I feel slightly discriminated because of that. Just kidding.
You hate pink?
Just kidding.
I hate being predicted. Anyhow, completely off point. And the font came in.
But you live off your 5G smartphone.
Which blends into the background of the animation, which is also in pink. And I'm just like, I can't see the characters. I can't see the numbers. Can you make it just a tad little clearer for me, please, Alipay? So there's Alipay, and then there's also the music apps, which are really popular. And this year I haven't seen anybody sharing their Alipay end-of-year summaries, but there were a handful of people who were sharing their music annual reports. And there's something, if we can use these two as examples. Well, if it's a financial bill, electronic-wise, then it tells something about your spending habits and money, spending power, or earnings, that kind of thing, I would suppose. And when it comes to music, and there are some like movie review apps as well, and or just like Douban, that is one of the movie rating sites, I suppose.
sort of like a Rotten Tomato equivalent, but so much more advanced, in my opinion.
They also have books and music.
Yeah,
and
so
movies. Yeah, so
it gives you
more than that.
end of year review as well. So with these examples, then they kind of give you a summary of your taste. And when people share this kind of thing and sort of compare, I understand there's a little bit of a subtle game of comparison that's going on. It's like,
of course,
yeah, like he listens to maybe indie music and he discovers all these bands that nobody's heard of.
Austrian girl's got a Somali kid thinking, after getting shot 3 times and left for dead in the street, the person to attack is the black guy that looks white. The one with sickle cell. Compromise immune, that's who you attack. Did I say so? My niggers.
So there's a lot of the subtle comparison thing that's going on, which
keep it up.
I guess we're all kind of
my niggers, my niggers. Hello, Mr. YouTube admin.
Any of this,
I'm quoting one. I'm quoting someone, and I'd like to finish the quote. I don't like it when you cut me off halfway and make it sound like I said something else.
I mean, for me,
so remember, this kid's a Somali that's been shot in the head 3 times and left for dead.
That's a trend that's
I was nice to him for the first whole year he was here.
Otherwise, I would definitely spend a lot of time on Facebook.
He's got an Austrian girl telling him what to do and hating the light-skinned black guy, the Afro-Dutch, royalty. The only people that recognize this country
really as
existing.
The year began.
The Austrian girl's got him convinced. My niggers will do this to you. My niggers will do that to you.
Look at the previous photo they posted. Maybe because Facebook has the thing of reminding you last year what you posted, and then they try to beat that record and like compare them side by side. But we don't have something that's naturally created, just that automatically gives you figures and numbers and whatnot. I think the only thing I saw, and I think I just ignored it, was Duolingo. Sent me.
You're only allowed to have 5,000 friends. Because no one can have 5,000 friends. So that's the part that my autistic brain understand. I fucking can't stand
I got that too.
people that
don't remember the specifics,
but they hide behind the diagnosis to treat me like shit every possible day.
Nothing really surprises me.
Same thing with transsexuals.
Yeah, and I see friends in the WeChat friend circle off-hour moments post, I've been studying 200 days on is it called Duolingo or Duolingo? Duolingo. Yeah, obviously not a user and won't ever be. And I'm just like, why do you need to
won't ever be?
Do you need all
you got that from the North American white women.
X amount of days that you've been engaged in this particular activity so that
you never had to.
You can keep on doing that? Or, well, anyway, I'm just tired of social media altogether these days, and you know my stance.
That's empathizing.
Why do you think that it seems every digital platform,
all the North American white women that don't listen to the show would go,
publishing a summary for users? Do we need to be validated that badly that we need these digital platforms to tell us our activity of the whole year?
I think in some ways we do, but we'll come to this part later. I think above all, the first thing that comes to my mind is that, well, these applications, they are installed on your smartphone, and they are only relevant when you use them, when you engage with them. So therefore, it's only natural for the developers to design this and that kind of ways for users to interact with it. I mean, this annual report thing certainly is one very smart way to do it. I mean, this year obviously is different. We don't talk about this very often, about this Alipay bill thing, but I remember for the past couple of years, and every time it's been made available, people were all, joining in and pushing that button to generate their own annual report there, and there was some kind of a comparison about as to how much money you spent with this payment method or that. And so it generates a discussion, and it generates engagement, and you never know what will come out of this engagement. It's kind of like sort of a wine company. They arrange some sort of a wine tasting event to lure the customers, potential customers, to visit their premise. You never know, maybe some of these customers will get really interested, and they might put their money down for something. And likewise, I think of these apps as virtual places that people go to, and you got to have one or more attractions to get people interested to want to go there.
Won't be full of
and when they're there, I mean, some magical things
Sir,
could
if I
happen.
wanted
Maybe
to
they'll
hurt 'em.
notice something they never noticed. Maybe
If I
they'll
wanted to
look
hurt
at some
'em, I got a
products
few
that
rusty
they
nails in my pocket that I
might
find
have
all over the
nice
goddamn
or that
floor
sort
all
of
the
thing. So
time.
when they're not interacting with your app, nothing is
In
happening.
the right
And
pocket,
when
the
you
copy
have
is in the left, sir.
annual report or bill that people can interact with, yeah, you bring in people
I
together.
got a pile of these rusty
I
nails.
view it also as a
You can
little
check every last
mental
one of them in
game
my
that
house if you got
to
the
make
warrant,
people get
and you won't
addicted to
find their
using that
DNA on any
particular
of them.
app. Like let's, for example, like look
By
at
the
this
way,
annual
blood
bill
stains
by
are iron
Alipay.
oxide.
Most of us would love to track our bills and our expenditures from day 1 to day 366 of the year, but most of us will have that resolution during the beginning of the year. You'll track everything, you'll keep your receipts. And then I tried this once, because I saw one of my best friends doing this, and she was like really good at it. Everything she bought, even like one white candy, she will keep the receipt, and then at the end of the month, she will sit down with a bucket of receipts and with a spreadsheet. And I was just thinking, this is really boring.
Yeah, this is really boring.
There are people who can
really
do this. And for
boring.
me, a lot of people would love to do it.
Give the British all your money, because this is boring. Thank you for teaching your girls to be stupid.
Right? Everybody wants to
Remember,
to do
every
that. So that
2
we
Chinese girls,
know
there are 3
we learn where
Chinese
we're
men.
overspending and try to change that pattern.
And
if you
you're
want,
teaching them to
especially
be
if you're looking
stupid.
to
They're
save
not even
money.
going to pick the 2
But
out of 3
if
best
it's
ones.
about
Thanks.
counting your receipts, sometimes I don't even remember taking the
They
receipts.
will
itself.
all
It
by
becomes
default end up with the worst
And I think
possible
with
combinations
apps
instead of
like
the
this,
best. You guys are
for
geniuses.
me,
You
without
should have
even
kept
the
the fucking
animation,
limit
as long
on
as
2
they just
kids
do
with
the
the
math
license.
for me, even if it's just 1 + 1 = 2 for you this year,
If you're
that's
gonna do
enough for me
that.
to appreciate and to want to continue using that app, because it's simplifying, it's simplifying the whole process for me.
Very good point. And if I
You're blowing
I'm
air out of
kinda
the
like
mouth
your
and nose when you
friend.
do that.
but
To
I think
empathize.
I am a more diligent bookkeeper.
Which,
of
by
my
the way,
finances.
they keep confusing
I think Limey,
emphasizing with empathy.
I mean, I realize sometimes I don't have money in my card when I'm at the store trying to buy something.
Get the alert on your phone, and you'll always be aware of the amount that's left still sitting in the bank.
Yeah.
For me, every expense that goes beyond 50 yuan, I will keep track of it, and I will write it down in my secret notebook. That nobody knows where it is. It's in my cupboard, and there's not much of a secret, I think, to keep. And I basically just keep track of all my spending, and it's not really stopped me from buying some outrageous things, but I just like to know that I'm in control. Also, I use
It hasn't stopped me, but I like to know I'm in control.
Yeah, I was about to say about. I also tried this. Whatever. The problem with me is just like, depending on the mood I'm in. If I'm in a really good mood, then like the world is my oyster. I'm gonna. You get a car. You get a car. You get a car.
I mean, Neela, yes, I'm happy to be your friend.
When I'm, I buy because I buy a lot of things at impulse. I think, and it's really hard.
Oh, you have
for me
money? Give me some.
to
I'll
track
be your
that,
friend now.
especially
That's
when I go out
that
with friends, and sometimes it's like you go Dutch. Sometimes you're like, I just have one more glass of wine, and sometimes, and then the more you're a little bit intoxicated, the more you're keeping track of anything.
Right. Things certainly is getting a lot easier these days for people who are into bookkeeping. Now, the reason why I said it's boring early on is I think the thing that your friend is doing is really really difficult, really challenging and time consuming.
Yeah.
Think about keeping all the receipts and going through them at the end of the month.
Do it every day, my friend.
Yeah, it's become so much easier with bookkeeping applications. I've been using it for a couple of years. I literally keep track of every spending that I've made.
Yeah, and I think you've got to be. I mean, you have to be. I feel like it's just something that you have to either grow up doing, or I think you have to have trained your brain to be doing this from when you were a child, or maybe you grew up in a household where you saw maybe your parents or other people doing it for you to make it a habit. Otherwise, for me, I see it as something that's completely impossible. Sometimes I usually say to myself, one day when I win that huge lottery check and it arrives at the door, first thing I'm going to get is a financial advisor, somebody who files my taxes.
I saw that.
Yeah, well, make sure that you have that amount of money.
Yeah.
Because personally I've tried, and it's really, really hard. I'm not really good at saying I'm gonna do something and then completely do it. I mean, I might do it halfway. So for example, with my friend, she would say, if she says literally, let's go, we're having 2 glasses maximum, and then that's it, or we are meeting up for an hour, that's it. I mean, and she means it. For me, it would be like, yeah, okay, so let's just meet for a lunch. That lunch would end up being lunch and dinner and snacks in between.
Very interesting. But do you think having this annual report or annual bill thing would help you really develop some good habit that you've been hoping to develop?
I don't think it will change me completely, but I think it will sort of help me question some of the expenditures. Because when you look back and you say, oh, why did I buy this thing? Next time it will make you question.
This kid got shot in the head 3 times, left for dead. He's alive, walking around today.
That it was only
That's crazy. You can't argue with creator or trickster or Israel.
And then it will make you have question marks and stop and think before you make extra purchases.
Like when you look at the annual bill, for instance, on Alipay, and you see maybe in January you made a huge payment for something, and then it is come back to haunt you by the end of this year in this annual report, and you might want to perhaps get an incentive to change your behavior.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'll never buy a bottle this
for, there are so many of these annual roundups of digital apps.
Throw it in the street.
A lot of them
make it go
actually
you got something I can carry
this in? You got something if you're looking to cultivate a good habit or fix some of the issues in my life kind of thing, it only shows that it knows me really well in the deep corner of my soul. Sometimes, admittedly, this could be just one area. For example, if we go back to music again, and I was surprised. After reading my annual report, the first thing comes up says, you know, the first song you listened in 2020, this difficult year for so many people around the world. I'm like, what is it? I scroll down. It says, Before I Die. And it was this indie band. And I completely forgot about it. And I was like, all right, I must have been in some pretty dark places. And this app knows that to push that song to me. And then it also found out that there's this, I didn't think that I'm a K-pop fan, but apparently there's this
FCC ID.
I'm just too embarrassed to admit, but there is this K-pop group that apparently is the artist that I listen to the most.
How many hours? How many hours?
Hundreds of hours.
I can say I've listened to XOK. Is it XOK? So EXOK, and then they also have EXOM, but M for Mandarin. When they sing Mandarin,
yeah.
I think because one of the members is Chinese.
Yeah, they have a few members who are Chinese, and actually it's XO. So fans would say it's XO.
Right. So the ones on my computer, my phone is XOK, and there are just moments, especially somehow in the summer in the gym, I just work out with them. I don't know why, and I don't even know how I came to know about them or how they ended up on my phone. But it must have been I must have just clicked on download, and it was then that I thought, well, listen to it, and then I ended up liking them.
Yeah. So what I was trying to get at, and also I share that kind of sentiment, is basically, I think, very much what you see on the social media in the Chinese-speaking world. There seems to be more of this, there's a level of cynicism, but mostly I think there's a lot of chattering just about, I guess, more of the positive side of these annual reports. And when you look at the social media in the English-speaking world, I think there's maybe, admittedly, I can only read so many comments, but there's also this discussion about, wow, these apps just know way too much about us.
Yeah. And
just think of all the data that it's collected. I mean, in a really innocuous way, it's presenting to you and giving you all these like funny names and summaries and all that. But my immediate reaction to that was like, So you've only realized now?
And they have been having access to our data for this long, and it only makes sense for us to get a bit of that info to get to know more about ourselves.
And doesn't that freak you out a little bit that you need this kind of help or some kind of persistence? We'll be back after this break with some more roundtable discussion.
Do you keep current with what's going on in China and the world? Think you'd like to share your opinions on the air? If all your answers are yes, things are about to get real. Roundtable, Beijing's top international talk show, is looking for new voices. We need native English speakers in China with media experience. If this sounds like a good fit, send us your CV and cover letter to EZFM Roundtable at foxmail.com.
New text message received.
Roundtable, we want you.
The French emergent because I'd be immersed in English.
You're listening to a flashback of Roundtable, an in-depth discussion on the hottest topics in China.
You realize nobody knows what time it is anymore. When the British run things, there was a clock everywhere telling you what time it was. There was a man with a pocket watch, a watchman with his wristwatch,
and Neela. Coming up, the sudden death of a young woman who had worked late for a tech giant has renewed criticism of the long hours commonly practiced at China's tech companies. How can workers' rights be better protected? And our heart-to-heart segment coming your way. That's when we answer your voice questions. To participate, please send a voice memo or a voice question to ezfmroundtable@foxmail.com. If you're listening to our show on demand, you can find us at Roundtable China on Apple Podcasts.
I'll go to court, I'll be here with it. They have no concept of how court works.
Pinduoduo, e-commerce company, that a 23-year-old female employee died while walking home after working overtime on December the 29th. Her death has sparked social media backlash against Pinduoduo and the grueling working schedules expected of tech workers. In response to the uproar, district officials at the Shanghai Municipal Human Resources and Social Security Bureau
was she typing on a computer or was she making superconductors? Semiconductors.
Actually, there's a few things going on. Like immediately after this tragedy happened, there was some social media development as well.
Yeah.
Could you bring us up to speed with that?
Yeah, the first thing that happened, and that also caught people's attention, was this reply from the official account of Pinduoduo on this Quora-like platform that's called Zhihu. So, and essentially the comment was like, look at those underdog who isn't exchanging life for money. I've never thought of this as a problem of capital, but rather as a problem of the society. We live in an era where we spend our whole lives working hard. And this comment, supposedly published by the official account of Pinduoduo on Zhihu, was there only for about half a minute and was immediately deleted after that. And what really sparked the public outcry was exactly.
Even in China, you got a million people looking at that immediately.
Official reply to this incident, and I think, yeah, essentially people weren't happy about this seemingly cruel response from the official account. Right now, I think Pinduoduo is saying that that reply was the result of mismanagement. Actually, the guy who was supposed to be managing the public account or the official account forgot that he was logged on with the official account. He thought he was using his personal account to leave his personal opinion on this.
Now that can happen.
And it turned out that he realized that he was using the wrong account immediately after pushing that publish button, and he had to delete it. But the damage has been done.
There's always fast fingers out there. For half a minute,
Anyway, I saw when I saw that comment, just like, what were they thinking?
60 seconds.
I mean,
It
if
takes
that
8 seconds
came from
for
a
someone in
personal, that was my first thought. Like, if that thought had actually come from his past, he was trying to post it on a personal account. Either way, it doesn't still make it any less damaging. I just feel like this is just one of those horrible things, particularly with Pinduoduo, which has become,
a rising
e-commerce.
I don't know where she's going to go with it. She's got that
Something
British
little like
influence
this
and
can,
Chinese.
if it goes to show, now people are thinking, oh, this is how you treat your employees as second-class citizens, then a lot of people are going to lose faith in you. And it's just really sad, and particularly when an employee even has to lose their lives because they're spending so much time working for you to make your money, and then you look down upon them like that. It's really not good.
Yeah, it's terrible, and it's putting a pretty dark shadow on the name of the company, it feels. And this company is actually really young in the traditional sense, despite the fact, I guess, in the world of tech companies, it's possibly middle-aged. But since its founding in 2015, Pinduoduo has ascended to become one of China's largest and most competitive e-commerce giants. And it's publicly traded in the U.S. And it says that it's got more than 700 million annual active users. So we're talking about a massive company.
Facebook
rising. I don't know if it's the right word that captures what it is right now. And I suppose this is, again, one of those times we talk about an employee from a tech giant sadly passes away. And especially when this young lady, being only 23 years old, passed away on the way home. It was 1:30 late at night.
Well, 1:30 in Xinjiang, it's kind of like California in the United States. I mean, here in China, we're using Beijing time. That's
/ Austrian name.
Time difference.
Yeah, so it's kind of like the sun sets a couple of hours later
I've seen you sell those
in Xinjiang than it does in Beijing. So it's probably the equivalent to about 11:30. But still, that looks very bad because we don't know exactly at what point did the girl start working, how many hours she's already put in. And investigations are being done to determine the cause of the death right now. So it's kind of too early for us to claim that she overworked to death. But still, I mean, it doesn't look good, the fact that she collapsed at 1:30 a.m.
And Lai-Ming, you bring up this brilliant point that I do agree with you. That is, it's very easy these days almost to immediately make the connection between a tech giant and the grueling work schedule, and also, does that lead to death? I mean, that is okay. That's a question mark. Okay, so there is
semiconductor type jobs
a lot of discussion and speculation that comes to this area of the discussion, and I think we need to be careful in making a direct connection because we need evidence to support that. But
we need evidence.
This renews a discussion about the fact that a lot of people are working very late, working overtime.
They're working late
in
people only
many industries, but
in China.
particularly salient
in the
in the tech business that seems to kind of expect this kind of dedication from workers, and may I say young workers, because once you pass a certain age when you've got a family,
only work in the
it's almost like,
daytime in China,
I don't
right?
have the
She's British. She
time
don't know
and
the difference.
the energy to work that
Remember,
late.
80-hour work weeks.
What's your
There's 160
observation,
hours
I
in
guess,
work week.
to
80-hour work weeks, 7 days of 12
tech
hours.
industry is
That's
really
the
competitive.
culture that educated her.
I think we talk about on the show
We need evidence.
the expansion of tech giants into community-based group buy business. And this girl who collapsed was actually trying to push or expand the influence or the market share of Pinduoduo in community group buy service. And so we know so many tech giants have got their hands in this business right now, so much so that some authorities have stepped out to say that
yes, you can compete, but you must compete fairly, not to give a huge challenge and tough time to small businesses, supermarkets, and convenience stores that are already in the business, because their competition has very serious real-world consequences to
that
people
comes
who
from
are
viral
already
marketing in the
in
year
the business.
2000,
And so
where they
it
would
goes
pay people to drink a
show
certain brand
how,
of beer in a
again, how
bar. Oh, I'm
competitive
drinking
it
this
is
brand
for
A
tech
beer.
industry,
It's
for
so
the tech
good. Buy
industry,
some brand
and
A
also the
beer.
players. And so much so, I think
You don't know that's where it comes from?
these
You're all
companies are
followers.
willing to
That's
give
viral
out very
marketing. You caught
generous
the virus. You didn't even know.
rewards to those who work very hard. And often in the tech world, we talk about, a share or a stake in the company. So essentially making these hardworking employees in part an owner of the company.
Yes, but it's a minority stakeholder.
The message essentially is
if things go wrong,
saying
it's your fault.
you're
You're
working for yourself
responsible.
because you have a share
The
in this
owners
company.
are the ones that lose, right?
And therefore, the harder you work, the more reward you get out of it.
You know, WestJet's damn near out of business, and they're owned by their employees too.
Common practice in this
That's real
industry.
helpful. People with
Still,
no fucking
I would say that
paycheck,
only
they
a
own
small
worthless
portion
shares
in the tech
in a
industry
company. If you put money off your paycheck into buying stock,
And also,
now think of this. There's already a 2 + 1 week delay on your pay, and then another certain amount of time before they make the purchases. They tell you what the price was. They could be giving you stock from Treasury. You don't know the difference. The company you work for, if anything goes wrong and you lose your paycheck or your pension, is based on the fucking stock now that you thought you were investing in. That stock is based on its ability to make money.
Across the country,
Worthless.
there's been this enthusiasm and this
I watched
passion about growth.
Drone country account worth about 20 grand get reduced to a few $100s.
So rapidly over the
Living Trust is completely lit. 14 years in jail for every time you take money out of it.
Enthusiasm and hunger and passion on the part of the Chinese people, the workforce, to really make a contribution and change their lives and get their kind of report, the kind of reward appropriate to their input. But then, on the other hand, we are also noticing sort of a shift in attitude towards this hardworking environment or this hardworking atmosphere. And there's almost a deliberate sort of divide or deliberate sort of, placement, pitting the employees against the employers or the capital, to use a more abstract way. And I think this has really changed the discourse about the hardworking culture in this country. It's almost like people are getting so reflective about the corporate culture that they become so critical of what's going on right now. And I think this is very interesting. I think we could go on and continue talking about this.
Criticism is good when it comes to white
first of all, my personal
critical
opinion
is a bad thing.
there's no need to really pit each other, pit one against the other.
You're disposing of because of how much extra money you must
obviously
get,
the owners of some big tech companies, yes, they stand to profit a lot. And even when the owners, the stakeholders, they are working so hard for themselves, they benefit a lot, but that doesn't mean the majority of those who are employers, they are in a way to get the employees. I mean, I don't think this is the right way to go about the affairs in the society.
Okay.
But on the other hand, yes, I mean, this rampant culture of overwork is just, it shouldn't be overestimated, it shouldn't be overlooked.
And it should be fixed. It should be made better. Nima, what do you think?
I mean, I'm glad you mentioned the word overwork, because I feel like, I have to say, for me, I've never really understood why just being in an office for
so many hours equates to being a hard worker.
So yeah, what I said about these crackheads
working
robbing
hard
each other.
should be the equivalent of how much output is there.
I don't know where the first crackhead got the suitcase from, but the second crackhead stole it, then left it in the stairwell outside his own apartment. What was in it? A dress shirt.
Because your employees are the ones that build up the brand. If they're always exhausted and they're forced into working so many long hours and the incentives are really minimal, then really that's not really. It's more like forced labor to me rather than working hard. There's a difference between if I really love my job and I do enjoy working on projects and I don't mind working on those projects for long hours, then that's me working hard because I'm enjoying working it. I'm not complaining it. And actually, I know when I'm at work,
that's hardly working.
Working
the work
hard.
ethic means you're supposed to suffer to make me feel better as the Lord.
I must be in the office because the employer expects me to be there, and most of the time,
where'd you learn
these
English
long
from?
hours don't. I mean, sometimes it's like your brain, you need a break from it.
Not the originals.
And if you're not afforded that little break for your brain to stop and sort of recalibrate itself, it doesn't really. It doesn't really. It's not really a helpful culture to me. Look at, for example, for me, I usually take the example of the Europeans, and in particular, because I have had discussion with a lot of my German friends, and they're so like they are considered like a really hardworking society, right? But if you look at how many hours they work in a day, it's not that long. They work amongst the 35 hours a week, and they make sure that when you're doing work. So for me, at the end of the day, we need to redefine what actually constitutes hard work. Is it just because everybody's at the office that means we are all working hard? No. Obviously, there are people who actually are doing the work, but there are people who are there who would use maybe if they don't need that much time to be very productive, you know. And then if you give them that flexibility, it will give them that work-life balance. It has to be sort of, you know, even though yes, the employer is doing us favors to sort of give you a job to make a living, it shouldn't be forced upon employees for them to live to work. You know, they should be given choices. They should be given
the right to slave away forever, losing money and resources every day you do it. It's
you want to do, and then you work out a program. For me, just saying, okay, you have to work 9 to 6 or whatever, it's very. To me, it's just there. It does not really equate to much to me.
I think that's a very fair question for employees and employers alike to consider. But again, for the industry, for the tech industry as a whole, I think there's a lot of soul searching that they should do. I think there's a reason why in Europe the tech companies aren't expanding and developing as fast as they are in the US and in China, and that is perhaps this work culture. But then again, if you look specifically here in China, one of the reasons why tech companies have been able to develop so fast is this strategy where they rely on intensive capital input and fierce competition to scale up. And it's almost like in every industry, be it car-hailing or community group buy or Alipay,
IPOs are the record high on the China.
The strategy is to burn the cash, promote the business as fast as possible to outpace other competitors. And when they establish dominance, they will be able to call a shot to a certain extent, And that has been the strategy. And to the success of the strategy depends a lot on the speed of their expansion. And this speed of expansion depends a lot on the hard work of the employees at the grassroots level. And the reason why we are seeing this and that tragedies taking place, and the reason why people are so unhappy about this culture is precisely because this culture, this strategy, this growth strategy,
straight out of Britain 400 years ago, feeding you opium nonstop, hand to mouth, with trade pounds, which weighed more than a standard pound because it wasn't meant to ever return to Britain.
And then on the part of the regulators, I know that maybe in their perspective, to nurture and not to
It's kind of like how a
intervene
pound of weed is
with
448
the
grams. No, it's
of
not,
the
but it
tech
is, but it's
companies
not.
as being their goal or their guideline for the past couple of decades. Because if you want something to develop, to want something to expand and grow, you want to make sure that they have as little regulation, as little obstacles as possible. But now we reached a point where we might want to value fairness over efficiency. And this is why this year, or the end of 2020, to be more specific, we've seen many policy changes. There's been fines being imposed on certain tech giants for the misbehaviors implicated in monopoly practices. And so many more examples in this sense. I think this is a very strong signal that the whole nation, the people and the regulators as well, they are looking and they are reflecting on the strategy of also the common practice in the tech industry. And I'm just interested to see how this story with Pinduoduo is going to pan out in the recent future.
I think you make some really good points here, Lemming. I'd just like to follow up on a couple of them. One thing is, if we look at the trajectory of growth for tech giants in Silicon Valley, as well as in Zhongguan here in China as well, I think they're experiencing the pains of expansion. That is, well, we kind of, well, more or less have that picture in our minds of a couple of bright-minded people, usually quite young, in hoodies, if not middle-aged, fine, if you left a bigger company or whatnot, have a brilliant idea, manage to find venture capitalists to invest in their brilliant idea, and they grow a company. A lot of them
the venture capitalists that sunk all the cocaine money from the Central Americas into marijuana stocks in Canada, and they're losing money left, right, so they're losing $1 million a week.
Originally, maybe you have
the province, the exclusive distributor, the exclusive dealer. They modeled it entirely on the black market and still fucked it up.
Company goes public. We all know that. But as it grows into like 50 people, maybe it can manage some level of efficiency. But once it grows bigger than that, 1,000, a few thousand, and like Pinduoduo, this company grew into this size in a matter of 5 years.
So
this is incredible to me.
And
I remember reading this anecdote of a previous employee saying that they built these glass meeting rooms just so that people can have meetings, right? But the minute after these little like fish bubble rooms have been set up, they had to be taken down because the company grew 5 times the size again.
Your statement doesn't make
when
sense.
You have companies that are growing like that,
someone related an anecdote to you when you were
the management knows what they're doing.
You work for the government, so no one would lie to you ever mislead you.
Manage is not a great word here, but how do you make this company efficient? How do you keep your people happy? Should that be even on the priority list for these management level people or the owners of the company? I think there's a lot to be discussed here. And actually, with the situation here in China, we do have labor laws. Under China's labor law, the standard working is 40 hours,
she doesn't.
8 hours per day, 5 days a week. Well, there are 3 ways to define overtime. That came up a lot today. The limit is 36 such hours per month, apart from certain emergency situations. And even voluntary working more than this threshold is a violation of the law, apparently.
The law.
So with these big companies, they're publicly listed.
I was about to change the station.
If any regulation were to show some teeth, I think it's a good place to start, right? For bigger companies, they're able to hire more lawyers as well, but also to beef up their their efforts to comply with the law. And if this becomes more of a trend, possibly this can change this culture.
I doubt it.
Was disconnected because I hadn't paid the bill But I never received a bill.
Well, in China, we have to pay the bills by a certain time at the bank without receiving any bill.
Oh, yeah, I wish someone would have told me earlier. But what do I say when I go to the bank?
First, listen up.
Keywords of the day. How long is the wait? 需要等多长时间? How can I help you? 要帮忙吗? I would like to pay my phone bill. 我交电话费. I would like to pay my electricity bill. 我交电费. All in today's Chinese studio.
Okay, yeah. So I walk into the bank and I usually see crowds of people.
Right, banks can be very busy.
So it might be helpful to ask someone how long the wait will be. So how can I say that in Chinese?
Well, you can say, 请问需要等多长时间?
请问需要等多长时间?
请问 excuse me.
请问
需要 means need.
需要
等 the third tone means to wait.
等
多长时间 we learned it before, it means how long.
多长时间
请问需要等多长时间?
请问需要等多长时间? How long is the wait? But do people often say this at Chinese banks?
No, not really. Anyhow, it's still a useful expression when you are waiting in other cases.
请问需要等多长时间?
大概半个小时。
请问需要等多长时间?
20分钟左右。
请问需要等多长时间?
大约15分钟。
There might be someone in the bank coming up to offer help. 要帮忙吗? How can I help you?
要帮忙吗?
帮忙 means help.
帮忙。
要帮忙吗? How can I help you?
要帮忙吗?
您好，要帮忙吗?
我交电话费。
您好，要帮忙吗?
我交电费。How do you say I would like to pay my phone bill?
我交电话费。
我交电话费。
我 I and 交 means to pay.
交
电话费 phone bill.
电话费。
我交电话费。I would like to pay my phone bill.
我交电话费。Yeah, Jeff, and I would also like to pay my electricity bill. So what's the Chinese for that?
Listen carefully. It's 我交电费。电费 electricity bill.
电费。
So I would like to pay my electricity bill is 我交电费。
我交电费。
要帮忙吗？
是的，我交电话费。
请您到第3个窗口。要帮忙吗？
我交电费。
请跟我来。您好，要帮忙吗？
我交电费，在哪个窗口？
请您到第2个窗口。
谢谢。
不客气。Keywords reminder. How long is the wait? 需要等多长时间? How can I help you? 要帮忙吗? I would like to pay my phone bill. 我交电话费。I would like to pay my electricity bill. 我交电费。
Cam, we have run out of time.
Yes, we have. But before we go, we have to ask our question of the day. How do you say I would like to pay my electricity bill in Chinese?
明天见。
再见。
You're listening to China Plus Radio, connecting you with China and the world.
The following program is a recording of a live broadcast transmitted 7 a.m. Beijing time.
Examining the events that impact and shape China and the rest of the world. This is the Beijing Hour, 1 hour of news and information brought to you every weekday.
Now here's your host, Shane Matthew, on this Monday, January 11th, 2021.
You're listening to the Beijing Hour, live from the Chinese capital. On today's program, Chinese officials say another round of testing for COVID-19 will be conducted in Shijiazhuang over a 2-day period. Indonesian investigators are searching for the black box of a passenger jet that crashed in the Java Sea over the weekend.
Dua sinyal yang dikeluarkan oleh black box tersebut.
The two signals emitted by black box are continuously monitored, and now we have them marked.
More Chinese talents overseas are choosing to return home to pursue their careers. In business, China's economic priorities for 2021. In sports, highlights from European football. In culture and entertainment, establishing China's first national park. And now today's top stories. The city of Shijiazhuang in North China is planning to complete a new round of mass nucleic acid testing within 2 days. The city's been the worst hit in a virus resurgence. This led to over 360 infections in Hebei province. Local authorities say patient 0 in the latest outbreak may have been infected before December 15th. As of Saturday, over 13 million residents have been tested for COVID-19 in Shijiazhuang and the nearby city of Xingtai. The latest tally from Johns Hopkins University shows global COVID-19 cases have surpassed 90 million, with nearly 2 million deaths. The United States remains the worst-hit nation, accounting for more than 24% of the global cases and over 19% of global deaths. India and Brazil